Hello, I think. I hope. I'm not entirely sure. It would appear so. I've forgotten to wire in my headphones because they're quite important for Horizon. So I'll do that now. I hope everyone is doing okay. We finally got a Horizon stream again. Although it is still later than usual because things happened, but I think we're all okay. For the rest of it. It will also end relatively strictly because I have things to do. But yeah, right, what are we doing right now? Kill the Eclipse in the armory.
Need them soon enough.
It's been long enough that I can't actually remember. Oh yeah, okay. I know what we're doing. The control scheme has been worn away in my mind a bit because I've been playing a lot of Valhalla recently, and the two aren't not compatible control schemes. But here we go.
It's them, all right. They're not looking for answers, just weapons.
What outfit am I wearing, just so I know? Yeah, that would appear to make... probably that makes more sense for now, actually. What are the machines they've got? Scrappers. Yeah, this is probably the best idea. It's good against the human weaponry attacks, and there's a lot of humans here.
Fight or run.
I mean, straight out of the gate with a heavy weapon is nice. The question is, do we break our cover and use it, or do we bide our time a little? These are the options available to us. Probably get as many as we can and then pick it up the moment we're spotted. And we're spotted. Oof. Just you. Oh.
Disappeared.
Did I? There we go. That was nice and straightforward. I mean, there was clearly a ledge I was aiming for there, but apparently the game decided no. More like it. Here we go.
Thanks for the mails, you. Time goes fast in active duty.
I didn't mean to do that. These don't get marked if they are red, though. Oh, frick. Did not want to do that. Right, notebook. Data points. Was it this one?
Hey, y'all.
No.
Hey, y'all wanted to know how I remember the geotherm system reboot? Goes like.
Oh, yeah, no, we have done that one. Is this the new one? Yeah.
Thanks for the mails, you. Time goes fast in active duty. 4 months with the record recalls. Fighting with these civilian enlistees. Scrappy guys and gals. That's all coming together. Between us and the 6th NRB, we took down a horse. I hope it made the news, honey. We showed everyone we're turning this around. We just need to give Project Zero Dawn the time it needs. I know it's been days, honey. I'm so sorry. Deployments are getting real long. We have to put into work for everyone. Like a family business. I still see you in the eyes of the people out there. They were glad to see us. They still had hope. I'm still fighting for you.
Status report. 9th Mechanized Response Brigade, Commanding Officer Lieutenant Fiona Morrell. Unit morale continues to be adversely impacted by outbound engagements against the Pharaoh Plague, especially when said engagements occur in sectors where civilian guard enlistees have been heavily engaged. The scope and nature of fatalities suffered by civilian guard and unarmed civilians in these sectors defy description. And witnessing it is generating a pervasive sense of hopelessness in the unit. Accordingly, I once again request that deployments of the 9th MRB be temporarily refocused on facilities that are mission critical to Project Zero Dawn. And once again, I request an immediate update on the status of Project Zero Dawn's timeline.
Ames, I know I mail you too much. I'm just proud of what you're doing. Everyone back home is. We got moved inland 10 kilometers, just as a precaution, they say. School's still in session, so I get to keep my eye on Andres and Reggie. We never know where or when you're fighting, but when the VTOLs go over, all the kids run out and wave. I believe in you. I know nothing's ever gonna be the same, but I believe in you. I believe in us. Ames, I don't even know if you're alive anymore. The mails I get from you, they say they're from you, but they don't sound... They sound recycled. Phrases put together, and you don't say anything about the news I pass on. The containment zone, the rebreathers, the rioting, One Earth. What happened in the Dallas bubble, Ames, that wasn't the robots. They won't even give me a straight answer when I demand to know if you're still alive. They just say if your messages keep coming, then you're still operational. It's not fair, Ames. It's not fair that you won't be with me when the lights go out. I love you.
That's so sad.
December 2065, Week 1 Confidential. Operation Kickback. Reno, Nevada. Civilian Guard and Armored Battalion skirmished with Vanguard elements of Pacific Northwest Swarm PN-12. Engagement began at 0600 and continued with a withdrawal at 2100 the following day. Losses in excess of 40% reported. Operation Thick Skull. Shenandoah Valley, SA Tech, Virginia. 12th MRB, supported by Civilian Guard, fought a rearguard action against the Eastern Seaboard Swarm ES-17. Engagement began at 0800. At approximately 1400, 12th MRB reported the position was overrun and received authorization to detonate SA Tech facility, inflicting significant damage on ES-17. Surviving elements of the 12th MRB withdrawn to Akron, Cleveland defensive line. Operation Body Blow. Arkham, Ohio, 9th and 10th NRBs, supported by sustained aerial strikes, assaulted the Horus-class Titan resupplying the Eastern Seaboard Swarm ES-18. Engagement began at 0400 and concluded at 2200 with the elimination of the Titan. Note that this is 9th MRB's third Titan kill with minimal losses. Brigade Readiness Status. 3rd MRB refused recall orders from Operation Pinch Hit. Deployment along Pensacola? I'm going to assume it's how that's pronounced. Tallahassee defensive line. Court-martial proceedings underway. 7th MRB recalled from New York engagement zone to reinforce Wichita Theater. Ready. 9th MRB refitting at USRC facilities. Ready. 10th MRB transferred from Kalmar. Data corrupted. Imagine this is probably just the locked door that we're about to open, but always good to explore in this game. You never know where there's a little data point hiding or something.
What is this?
That? It's a map.
A map of what?
Our world. The planet Earth, Aloy. It's not flat like you thought.
Why would I think that? During eclipses, the shadow cast on the moon is curved. So our world is a globe. It looks like this, from a distance.
We'll discuss this another time. Back to the matter at hand.
The Faro robots were spreading across the world, eating everything up. Somehow, Elizabeth stopped them before it was too late. But how?
How indeed.
The eclipse. Tampering with the metal double. They don't think they can wake it, do they?
Watch out!
Oh, it sees me. Okay. The sneaky approach is no longer available. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, there we go. Okay. That went well. That went very well. Amazing. Okay. Take two.
Another crash. And this one can move.
Okay, here we go. What I really need to do is find a way down from there because the floor just disintegrates when it starts shooting at you. So maybe before I try and take some of them down, I should try and find a way down and see what we can do from there. I press circle to crouch because circle is crouch in Valhalla, but in Horizon it is roll forwards, and so I just rolled off the edge. That is not ideal, I believe, is the correct terminology. Oh god. We're off to a brilliant start. Jesus. Okay. I'm feeling good about this attempt. It's going to be this attempt. Yeah, press the right button this time. Right, what's a good way down? That looks like it could be a rappel point. Rappel? Rappel. Why did I call it? Anyway. Whatever it is. A jumping point. But a jumping without death point. Don't notice me. Nothing to see here. Whoa. God.
Finish this!
I get a crit in time? Oh no, it's still probably a bit too big for me to turn through. Got some things I need to scrap. I think that'll do it for now.
I'll tuck that away. Data point. Anyway. Report. Biosphere degradation. August 2065. Confidential. Chief findings. Despite increased tactical Despite increased tactical proficiency of elite and civilian guard units and many hard-won engagements in the Central European, Antarctic and Pacific Reach theatres, the Pharaoh Plague's rate of advance has not slowed, nor has its biomass consumption rate. Damage to the biosphere has already exceeded 2038 levels by every measure and grows worse by the day. Extinction timeline projections remain unchanged, with OAC predicted for mid-November 2065, annihilation of exposed human populations in February 2066, extinction of macrobiotic land organisms by the end of March 2066, and extinction of marine life in early 2068. Continued secrecy re Project Zero Dawn. The utter silence regarding its mechanisms of action and completion date make it impossible to predict Zero Dawn's impact, or lack of impact, on the extinction timeline. Kiwi, how are you doing? I hope you've had a good day. Atmospheric collapse. Atmospheric oxygen depletion and toxic emissions remain the greatest environmental threat to operation, enduring victory as well as the wider civilization, population, and animal life. Operational atmospheric collapse, OAC, is currently predicted for mid-November 2065, after which military personnel will require rebreathing apparatuses to operate in the open, and civilians will only be able to survive inside sealed structures. The requirements for air scrubbing and recycling its facilities is addressed in Addendum A linked to this report. Potable water shortages. Major water treatment facilities are already struggling to process water sources compromised by rainfall heavily contaminated by toxins emitted by the consumption of the Eastern Hemisphere. Following the necessary shutdown of all nano-scrubbing functionality, wastewater recycling is already beyond capacity. Military response escalation.
Addenda linked to this document cover the short-term effects of scorched earth engagements in defence of the western seaboard and the ongoing effects of the Oceanic Economic Zone's use of nuclear weapons to delay the enemy's initial advance across the Pacific Theatre. Data corrupted. Long story short, shit hit the fan. I'm glad Kiwi is good. Yeah, I'm alright, thank you, Kiwi. I am alright. What's this?
Status report. 9th Mechanized Response Brigade, Commanding Officer Lieutenant Fiona Morel.
Oh no, we have listened to that. That's cool. And those. Okay. Geo is very excited that Sylveon is in Unite because I finally have an Eevee. And I'm very close to unlocking Sylveon now. Chaos and I had some good matches last night. Supply here.
Should have brought a cart.
Oh, what's in there that I can't carry? Oh, we can sort that out, no problem. Just use that one. Solve that issue.
Dr. Sobek, as projected, the Wichita salient has collapsed. 5 Horus-class Titans have broken through. We predict contact in 34 hours.
Everything is in position, General. It took a few shortcuts to pull everything together, but Zero Dawn is functionally complete. Good to go.
That enduring victory served its purpose after all.
Yes, if we'd had even one day less.
I've sent you an encoded file, Doctor. Please do me the favor of archiving it.
I'll see what I can do. What is it?
A brief statement. An allocution of crimes, I guess you'd call it.
To what are you admitting guilt?
Over the past 16 months, Doctor, I have presided over the greatest wholesale slaughter of military personnel and civilians in the history of history. Genghis Khan, Hitler, Stalin, Sorabella, add them all together. They don't even come close.
You didn't do the killing, General.
No, not directly. But I didn't wind up the highest ranked military commander in the United States by resisting the automation of the armed forces. Even before the swarm, Doctor, I was helping death along. So, instead of letting what I've done sink into the murk, forgotten, I set a file with all the details. Let posterity judge my actions with clear vision.
I'll do as you ask, General. But you should consider that were it not for your actions, our actions, there wouldn't be any posterity to judge us.
Dr. Sobek,
At ease, General. And goodbye.
have a fit.
I saw you did stream it. I was in bed by that time. It's alright, Kiwi. I figured you had. There'll be more because I still need to get 600 coins to unlock Sylveon, and I will want to play some Sylveon, and I relatively enjoy Unite. I wouldn't say it's my favourite game. I wouldn't even say it's my favourite MOBA, but I do enjoy it, and that's the important thing. I feel like now is a good time for the mandatory lore update in this game. So, in very, very short terms, we are playing Aloy. Aloy is an outcast from her original tribe, the Nora, and was raised by her adopted father, essentially, Rost, who was also an outcast. After years of training, she took part in a ceremony that the Nora hold, which, if you complete it, allows you to be re-accepted into the tribe if you were born an outcast. And Aloy succeeded, but the ceremony was attacked, and all of the friends we made building up to it get slaughtered. Also, at the same time, Rost gets murdered, saving our life. We go on to encounter other tribes. We get a blessing, which means we're allowed to leave Noraland without being outcast again. And we have to go out. Essentially, All-Mother, the god of the Nora, has told Aloy as well as the matriarchs of the Nora that there is corruption, and so the matriarchs have sent Aloy out to cleanse this corruption. After a lot of bits, I'll just stick to the main plot points at this point. We finally, the land is scattered with cauldrons and ruins of an old time, which is our future. So the ruins date to around about 2060, 2050, whereas we are now in 2021. And the game itself takes place an undeterminate amount of time in the future, but in the far future. We broke into one of these old ruins, and we found recordings of a discussion between Elizabeth Sobek, who looks identical pretty much to Aloy, and the attackers of the ceremony wanted to kill Aloy because she looked similar to this Elizabeth, and a man named Ted Farrow. Ted Farrow is the leader of a company who made war robots, essentially. The idea was that if you had robots fighting each other in wars, then people wouldn't have to die. The winner could be decided by which robots are left standing. And Farrow created this brilliant line of robots called the Chariots, which essentially were self-sufficient. They had built-in mechanics that allowed them to print replacement parts and repair themselves if they got damaged, and if an emergency situation arose, they could consume organic material such as plants and trees and that sort of thing as emergency fuel, emergency energy. However, there was a bug in the system, and the robots went rogue. They started using their internal part printing systems to not only repair themselves, but to create other duplicates of themselves. And they started consuming organic matter like there was no tomorrow. Some, clearing full forests, even absorbing animals. And one group were very lucky to see what they described as a dolphin be blended and eaten like a smoothie. So, in desperation, Ted Farrow reached out to Elizabeth Sobek, who we know used to work for him but quit when he went war crazy, and asked her to help him fix it because he designed the robots so well to be impervious to hacking that he couldn't even hack into them to fix the glitch himself. Elizabeth Sobek invented this idea called Zero Dawn. Essentially, if the robots weren't stopped, they would not only wipe out humanity, but all life on Earth. And so Elizabeth Sobek devised Project Zero Dawn, and we, at this point, don't know what Project Zero Dawn is, but we know that Ted Farrow thinks it was worse than just fighting the robots and facing extinction. And a lot of the data points and stuff talk about like the fight against global warming and all of that. And as we know, machines walk the world, and that's likely linked in. And I know how it happens because I've played it before because it's a good game, but I won't say anything. But we are in a very lore-heavy area of the game, and so some of these questions might be answered soon. Totally sounds like an everyday thing. Yeah, right?
Thank you, Dr. Sobek. You can take a seat.
What? You're going to thank her after what she just said?
Dr. Sobek has made the situation very clear, General, and given us an option. We should all be thanking her.
No, it's just... my God.
Maybe take this discussion offline.
There's not going to be any discussion. You saw the numbers. Now, Pharaoh, he'll foot the bill, but his money can't buy the time necessary to complete Zero Dawn. That can only be paid for in blood.
Oh, come on. If we upgrade our fleet, crack the code somehow.
Were you not listening? Robots can't do the fighting for you this time. When it comes to hacking, this rogue swarm is an apex predator. Anything automated you throw at it, they will hijack and take over.
But this, we'd be throwing civilians into a meat grinder.
Commanders, the enemy we're facing self-replicates faster than we can kill it. And it eats biomass as fuel. Zero Dawn is all we've got.
So we put a railgun in the hand of every civilian strong enough to carry one, show them where the trigger is, and point them to the front? How the hell do we sell that?
By giving them something to fight for. Zero Dawn. The top secret super weapons program that will save us. So long as humanity holds off the swarm long enough for Dr. Sobek and her team to finish it. The file I'm sending contains the war plan for Operation Enduring Victory.
War plan? This is a war crime.
It may be ugly, but it's something. Consider the alternative. Dr. Sobek, I've secured use of a decommissioned orbital launch base outside Bryce, Utah as the Zero Dawn staging area. Plenty of space there. When can you get started?
I've already mailed you a list of alpha and beta candidates. Most are foreign nationals or subjects of corporate holdings, so extracting them...
Leave that to me. You'll get your dream team. Count on it.
Then I'll be off.
Orbital launch base. What is that? What did these people do? What did Elizabeth do?
Kiwi got Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is much hype. Oh, awesome, Kiwi! That is much hype. I am very, very much planning to finish the first one soon. Or start it again and play through it, I imagine. And once I've done that, I'm very much planning to get the second one.
Glad to be rid of that place. Now I just need to find the orbital launch base they talked about.
I've checked my data and located the base. That's the good news.
And the bad?
It's directly underneath the Citadel. The palace at Sunfall.
The capital of the Shadow Carja. Not exactly convenient.
The palace is crawling with Eclipse agents. Many in positions of authority, all of them wearing focuses. The moment they see you, Hades will too. He'll issue another kill order, and this time, the entire Shadow Carja military will be after you.
So, disable their focuses. You've done it before.
It's not that simple. Too many focuses in one place, each of them communicating with each other and back to Hades, a whole network of them.
Network? What's that?
Imagine a vast, invisible web stretched across the land from end to end, connecting focuses together, allowing them to communicate over vast distances instantaneously.
Alright, so is there some way to cut the web down?
Crash the network. Audacious. Yes. There is a way. A weak point in the network.
Point the way.
I'll send the location data to your focus. Head there, and I'll be in touch when you're close with more directions.
What was Zero Dawn? What sort of super weapon did Elizabeth make? She stopped the machines. Not before the world she knew. Her civilization. And let's hope it won't come to that again.
This is a terrible idea for a way down. Oh. Right, what is that quest marker leading us to? Let's have a look. Ancient Armory. That one's quite close. Search for a Banuk camp. Oh, that's quite... Into the Frozen Wilds. We definitely don't want to start that yet. To curse the darkness, right. Glint Hawk site, campfire, the Grave Horde. What's this? A Banuk figure, potentially. We will come back and collect all the collectibles at some point. Today, I'm hoping to make quite a lore-intensive stream, because we've got a lot we want to collect. And some things, maybe like the Vantages and the figures and stuff, can be traded for like nice weaponry and stuff, so we're going to try and pick some of those up along the way. as well as doing the hunting trials we come across, because they will also give us nice weapons. And we want to do any cauldrons we can, because they will allow us to hack more machines, which is always useful. And I don't know if you saw, but I messaged you saying thank you on your points about gaming. Teacher was very proud of the speech. I didn't get that. I'm very sorry I didn't reply, Kiwi. But you are very welcome. I'm very glad that she, or he, or they were proud of it. Well done. I'm proud of you too. Get the good name of gaming out there, my dude. While we're loading, I'm just going to go and grab the bottle of Pepsi that is over here. Loading times in this game can be quite intense. It's probably mostly that my PlayStation 4 is just very old now, but it's still a big game as well. More confident in writing than presenting, but I think I did decently well. I'm sure you did great, Kiwi, and I completely get it. I absolutely hated giving presentations at school. Even at college, when I was an adult. No thank you. Even if I know what I'm talking about, right? Because sometimes you do a presentation and be a bit like, well, let's be fair, all I know about the height of rivers is what you've told us in the past month. And everyone knows the same information, so we're just there like, oh, you know, rivers...
Gone too far this time. Derval should die for his crimes.
Get higher and lower. But it'd be something I know everything about. I'd still stand up and be like, hi, so, today, and then just Geo.exe has stopped working, you know? Going to assume it's that one. Yeah. Oh, we should probably go for some more versatile armor while we're out here. Let's go for that. That is by far my most versatile. Right, what have we got? 30% damage increase to those, faster reloading concentration, a triple shot, knockdown, coolment plus, disarm traps, ammo crafter. Let's go with that for now. Let's get Prowler complete. Because any help in combat is greatly appreciated at the moment. I fainted on Wednesday. Oh no, Kiwi! Why? Any specific reason, or just completely unexpectedly? I hope you're all okay. It's a horrible thing. I have fainted more times than I ever want to faint. It's ugh. No, thank you. I hope you're okay.
machines or bandits try to get past me, I'll fight. Mark my words.
Ooh, data point. Rumours of the Nora by the well-travelled Aram. Readers, many times I have been asked to describe that most fearsome of barbarian tribes, the Nora of the savage East. So ferocious are the rumours of these people, you might think it was they who raided us during the dark times of the Mad Sun King, and not the opposite. Well, dear readers, though I possess bravery, there is a shadow length between bravery and certain death. And it is certain death that awaits any who trespass on the sacred land of the Nora. However, I have travelled beyond Daytower into the snow-dusted hinterlands of the savage East, and onto the very edge of Nora territory, now the site of a hard-scrabble trading camp known as Hunter's Gathering. There, sat around an open fire with outlanders and uncouths, I was able to gather tales and eyewitness accounts of what might be seen within the valley of the warrior women. They told me another day's travel south lies the Mother's Crown, a name that suggests something grander than the fort of tree trunks and log cabins that was described to me. Still, I was assured it squats most imposingly on a rocky outcrop, far above rushing rapids and white-capped falls. Jesus Christ. From its ramparts, a series of watchtowers stretch back across the mountains, and at any sign of approach, flaming arrows arc into the air between them. For a tribe so concerned with their precious wilds, I expected less careless behaviour. Those interlopers, stout or foolhardy enough to approach after this display, are turned back with another flight of arrows, this time aimed just above their heads. The outlanders, chuckling, agreed that if a Karja showed their colours, the arrows would fly lower, and that even soldiers behind Daytower's walls would grumble about being ambushed and devoured by Nora warriors. I corrected them that it was the Tenakth, not the Nora, who are known to engage in cannibalism. In fact, the Nora have only been seen to chew on the bark from trees, the tough plants from the ground, and drink strange herbal brews. I propose that they may well be forbidden from eating meat, except at their strange feminine rites beneath the moon. Yes, in the benighted land of the Nora, the natural way of things goes inverted. Women rule men, and all might of Karja metal can be deflected by logs, leather and hides. Ruins filled with Bantanus artifacts go untouched, and great stretches of farmable land are left uncultivated. Only the machines, which the Nora greatly mistrust, after some ancestral conflict or another, seem untroubled by this rampant strangeness. Father-son has no place here, and I would not be surprised to find the Nora's woman god to be the moon itself. Though it is Nora women who so famously feature in the tales of encounters with the tribe, men have also been sighted bearing the outlandish hair of blue-painted markings of Nora warriors. It is my understanding from reading older studies of the tribe that a ritual known as the Proving allows men to battle one another to gain favour from their rulers. My curiosity to witness this and other Nora rituals sadly goes unsated, but it is my hope that His Luminance will extend an offer of alliance to these mysterious barbarians, so emboldened by the Sun King's generosity, and the knowledge that I would travel with many, many well-armoured blazons. I would gladly gather a first-hand account for the benefit of my readers. Indeed, I plan to employ a female scribe who might allow better parley between the Nora and I on such an occasion. A better path for a young Karja woman that is working as a seller for the Oseram metal merchants in town, no? Until such a sun-touched time comes, though, I can only share with you copies from the extensive collection of sketches I have gathered over the years, mere glimpses of these bizarre, savage, and yet still strangely alluring womenfolk. I mean, you're mostly wrong there with your discoveries, though it is a Proving, and some of the rituals are quite weird, but you're still very wrong.
Had enough of work.
So I think what it was is because I'm diabetic, I had sort of different vaccine on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday I had to change something with the diabetes because the right, I see. Oh, Kiwi, big hoax. I hope it doesn't happen again.
So they're a rostrum and a Sundom now. I get up, I work, same as always.
Oh, Kiwi.
Ah, machine riding Nora with a special speed. How lucky to come across you. I have a proposal. Come closer. Call me Fernand.
Okay, Fernand. What's your proposal?
During the reign of that idiot Carja king, Outlanders often hid items of value from raiders. Well, I found one.
What is it?
A relic from the old ones. You probably would understand better than I do. Unfortunately, it's too high for me to reach.
Uh-huh, and you want me to get it for you?
What a brilliant plan! You're a much better climber than I am, to be sure. Get it, bring it back, and we'll split the proceeds.
How about I see what it is first?
That works too.
Hey, Fernand. My eyes are up here.
I'm looking at your spear. It's magnificent, but how does it work?
You stick the pointy end into the machine.
Yes, but how does it turn foe into friend?
It's simple, really.
Yes?
You wouldn't understand. What do you do exactly?
I'm a trader of fine tinkerings. I buy low, sell high.
But in this case, you wouldn't be buying.
Sometimes I find tinkerings as well.
I see.
I just have to say I have a great appreciation for just how frickin' savage Aloy is sometimes.
Let's say I'm interested. What do I need to do?
The relic rests on the rise of Dusk Mesa. Bring it to me at the Meridian Docks and we'll both call it.
We'll see about that.
So, anytime, Kiwi, anytime. Big hacks. We won't go on huge amounts of side quests right now, but I'll pick them up because then they're all in our quest log ready for when we do go on them.
Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm searching the water?
Okay, what's wrong? Has someone fallen in?
No. Have you seen a girl of about 17 and... I can't even say it.
Are you afraid she jumped to her death?
I don't know. Elida. My only daughter. She's gone.
Who else is searching for her?
I demanded the guards look for her, but I can't put my hope in them. They say girls run off all the time at this age. Not my Elida. I've reached out to her friends, but they say they haven't seen her in weeks. Weeks! How could I not know? But they will look for her. I've searched everywhere, and then I thought maybe she might be here, in the water. By the sun!
Where did you last see her?
Just last night, in the house. She seemed better.
Was she ill?
She seemed withdrawn, sad. So I was pleased when she wanted to go out in the garden. That's the last I saw of her.
Has she done or said anything unusual?
She's been like a different person. She used to be such a happy girl, playing in the dirt with the boys.
What changed?
I don't know. She disagrees with me about everything. Hates the ceasefire. Thinks we never should have fought the war to begin with. It's been a month since I've seen her smile. She spends so much time in her room. I should have paid more attention.
Did something happen during the war that upset her?
The war upset us all. The cruelty, the mad Sun King, the blood on the streets. When Edelman's men fled, they stormed through here. There's a ceasefire now, of course, but Alita broods about it more than ever. It bothers her that our people are so divided.
I'm a good tracker. I could look for her. Where did you last see her?
In our garden. Please, maybe you'll find something I missed.
I'll do my best.
May the sun light your way.
We may make an exception on the not doing side quests to help him find his daughter. Because that seems quite sun and shadow. So once we've accepted this one, I will start on that.
These aren't goods, they're necessities.
I barely turn a profit even in the best of times, especially since I usually hand out what I can to those in need. Would you care for some fruit? Better enjoy it before someone runs off with the rest of it.
Has someone been stealing from you?
Yes, almost every night. Not enough to force me to close shop, but definitely enough to hurt.
Have you found any sign of the thief?
Just a couple of old rinds near the storehouse. Not much to go on.
Why haven't the guards looked into it?
The guards blame the wildlife, but I doubt they believe it. I guess they have more to worry about than a woman and her livelihood.
Is there anyone you suspect?
I've known most people here since childhood. None of them strike me as a food thief. You want to talk about other vices, however?
I know how to track. I could look for the thief.
Really? Thank you. You could start in my storehouse by the river. Someone must be desperate to steal rather than just ask me.
I'll see what I can find.
Let's look for the child first, sun and shadow. I say child. He was going to say 17, so young adult.
Would you like to buy something today?
What's next?
Especially
A woman is king?
Knew it was only a matter of time before an Oseram tried to kill the Sun King.
Right, so they're having a...
Check out these wares.
The history of Sunfall. After the vanishing of the Radiant Iriv and his cohort in the west, the Radiant Basadid ordered a mighty fortress built at the top of the Sundom's farthest reach. His luminance chose to build atop ancient ruins, reasoning the ancients must have seized upon the location for its strategic value. Of the ancients, their works of too smooth grey stone and strangely carved metal were collapsed or built over, and the catacombs sealed off. Only the stone ring, perhaps used for some unknowable ritual, was left in place, to serve the garrison as a training ground. Even though its builders and soldiers lived in fear of the land where the sun goes at night, the finished walls of the fortress were mighty and unshakable. His luminance and his high priest, the irrefutable Pashaman, named it Sunfall, under the blazing eye of the sun, and by the light it was good. None doubted the radiant Basadid's prudence, nor denied his lingering hope that his brother might one day be sighted again. But no great threat would come from the west in his lifetime, nor did it come for the next 3 generations, though records show the men at Sunfall fought many bandits and scroungers skulking in the Rustwash, and a dangerous stampede of behemoths in the Long Burn. In time, Sunfall slipped from common memory until the 6th year of the 11th Sun King's reign, when the radiant Marzid himself came to inspect it. In the desert heat, his luminance received a vision of an ornate citadel with a dome of metal so polished it would greet the dawn, and catch the rays of the sun's last shining at dusk. At once he ordered the dedication of the Sundom's resources to building the structure. After its construction, his luminance took the citadel at his summer palace,
bringing with him many members of the Sun Court, nobles and artisans. In time, Sunfall became a city unto itself, and the source of great works such as Passion of the Tall Neck among the Dunes, Turning Seasons at Bronze Flash, and Lament for the Sinbar Sands. The stone training ring was repurposed for shows of pageantry, where young blazons or the Hunter's Lodge Hawks could display the sun's dominance over the machines. Sunfall's prominence in the culture of the Sundom continued for many years, until the Sun King Marzid's untimely demise in the citadel he so treasured. For his procession back to the Alight, a line of torches was laid all the way across the Daybrink, so that over the days and nights of his bearing he might always go in the light. The departed king's brother, the radiant Tivas, was occupied wholly with renewing the solidarity of the Sundom, and with the old Sun King's passing, so too passed this chapter in Sunfall's history. In the early years of the 13th Sun King Jiran's reign, before the falling of his shadow, a particularly harsh season came upon the Sandwhisper Valley. Upon hearing that storms could strip the very detailing off armour, he decreed that the strongest among his guard should be trained in the desert here and named Kestrels. Indeed, Helis, who would become the most infamous of the Kestrels, was one of the first to survive this reforging by sun and sand here. In the 15th year of Sun King Jiran's reign, when the sacrifices in the Sun Ring were judged insufficient to claim the derangement of the machines, he presided over the bloodening of the ring at Sunfall. A trapped behemoth was driven with spears and spurred over slaves of the Oseram and Utaru. When the beast turned upon the Kestrels, the Sun King stood and declared that the sun, in its great generosity, would accept the sacrifice of the faithless and faithful alike. So begun a fearful era for Sunfall, of sacrifices unending in the Sun Ring, and the citadel whispered of as a place where no light shone. Many upstanding citizens of the Sundom were taken inside its doors to disappear as surely as if they had journeyed to the Forbidden West. In the last days of the Sun King Jiran's reign, Sunfall was in the charge of his Kestrels and High Priest, no longer answering to the Sundom as a whole. It was no surprise then that following the liberation of Meridian, Jiran's loyalists sought refuge at Sunfall. As a fortress it was impregnable, but cut off from the bounteous lands across the Daybrink. It was a city impoverished, so stood the stalemate in the first year of the 14th Sun King, the Radiant Avad, and so stood Sunfall, once built to protect the Sundom from the shadow of the West. It now sheltered a worse shadow, the false Karja who dwelt within. Have a quick look at what the merchant's selling. I have a hair blaster. Ooh, a blaster. A shadow rattler. Some hunting that I have not done yet. Or have done, but have used the resources from for other things.
Looks like Alita left a few things behind. What's in this bottle? I guess she was doing some gardening. Ugh, it smells like ash and rotten eggs. I better pour that out. Why would you need a spyglass in the garden? Something buried. No, something dug up. I must have left a trail. take flowers from your own garden.
Did you find anything in the garden?
Nothing definite yet. I'll let you know.
Buy what you need, leave the rest.
Check out these wares.
Doing this in Ridgewood, I think. Oh no, we've got more than I thought I had. Okay, never mind.
The petals end here, at the water. Could a father have been right, but at the wrong place?
Get in. Let's have a look around inside. Yep, okay.
Ropes. To tie up a boat that isn't here. Maybe she took the boat to that island over there. Looks like I'm in for a long swim. The boat. This looks promising.
So what's less promising is the snapjaw. Snap more. Loitering. And it would appear just being an all-around dick.
You're not gonna like this. I'm not gonna leave you like this.
Oh, I'm out of wire. How am I out of frickin' wire?
Who are you? How did you learn to fight like that? What are you even doing here?
Maybe you can start by answering a few of my questions. What are you doing on this island?
I come here to be alone.
Do you know your father fears you're dead?
I'm surprised he even noticed I was gone.
He has the whole village looking for you. He's worried.
The snap maw kept me. You took care of it, so thank you. I should be fine now.
Why did you bring flowers here?
No real reason. I'm trying to make this a place for us. For all of us.
Who's us? Is there someone else here?
No. I was going to surprise my friends with what I made. There's no one else here, obviously.
Let's go back to the village together.
I need to finish planting my garden. Just a little more time. I'll be fine, I promise.
You know, I think I'll take a little more time too, to look around.
You don't need to do that.
I really do. Bedrolls. 2 of them. And a set of cups. She must not have been alone here. Looks like Alita has a friend. Alita, if you came here to be alone, why are there 2 bedrolls? And don't lie to me this time.
By the sun, I don't know where he is.
Who?
A troll. He lights a fire signal when it's safe to meet him, but he's not here.
Who's a troll?
A friend I've known since childhood. I'd be planting in the garden and dump worms down my back. I hated that. But the last few months we'd meet here and everything was different. We talked for hours. He helped me plant that garden. I couldn't wait to see him again. It's like I'm dead and only come alive when I'm here with him. Do you know what that's like?
I can't say that I do. Why keep this all secret?
Charl is a soldier for the Karja in Shadow, stationed at the outpost across the lake. It's treason for us to even meet. How could I tell my father? How could I tell anyone?
Well then, how did you 2 arrange to meet here?
We came here as kids. After he left, I would come back sometimes. One day, I surprised him here. He smiled from ear to ear. We sat and played like we had as kids, but war had changed him. Changed us both. We weren't kids anymore. We started meeting in secret. He'd light a fire to signal it was safe for him to leave his post at the Citadel, but last night...
He didn't come?
I've been waiting all night and all day. I haven't seen anyone but you.
Enough of this. You have to go back.
Please. If you came all this way, will you look for a troll? He lit the fire on the island not far from here. If I go, he could be killed. We could break the ceasefire. But Honora wouldn't. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I'm so sorry.
I'll find him if I can, as long as you go home to your father.
I will. Please come find me there. I can't sleep. I can't breathe knowing a troll could be out there, hurting.
Okay, let's go find a troll.
Fire. Looks like some sort of scuffle, ending with someone being dragged away. Incoming! The troll.
No! Oh, heck. So Sora, what do you think? Okay, so I have never played a Kingdom Hearts game. And if you'd have asked me who I would have wanted for Smash, I wouldn't have said Sora just because he wouldn't have come to mind, right? However, I think I'm not upset that he's the last one, and considering he was the most highly requested character in Smash history that they can quantify, I think it's a really nice one to end it off with. I think he makes a lot of sense. And I think if this does end up being Sakurai's final Smash game, he's, I think he can be very, very proud of Ultimate. And I'm surprised they got the rights, I'll be honest. I'm surprised that Disney, in particular... Not so surprised with Square Enix, because even though they're a bit weird with their copyright, they have Cloud and they have Sephiroth. But I'm surprised that...
What's that in the tall grass?
That they got Disney to cooperate. I'm quite excited. I'd have never asked for him.
We've got company.
But I'm not upset with him, you know? Oh, here we go.
Do your job, you chumps. Ah!
What do you think, Kiwi? What are your thoughts on it?
Don't turn your back on the enemy.
Man. What arrows was I shooting? The wrong ones, I believe. I think I was still on my snipey bow, which makes sense, but wasn't what I was hoping for. Also, I know that there were attempts to get Sora for Smash 4 that were unsuccessful, so it's nice that they've managed it now as well.
A troll.
I'm looking forward to the 18th though, and the 2 months following, where everyone claims he's overpowered again.
Are you a troll?
Almost everyone.
Alita sent me.
Alita? I was gonna ask her to leave with me. To go into the Outlands. Somewhere out in the sun where no shadow could reach us. But we wouldn't have made it. They would have followed me. I know now. Alita, tell her they never learned about our island. She's safe. Give her this. Tell her it's worth it.
A troll? Poor troll. And poor Alita.
A bit of a look around for you. There we go. That'll do.
Easier when I was a kid.
Sploosh! Hey Angus, how are you doing? I hope you are alright. It's gonna be another sploosh in a minute. Yeah, almost a year, Kiwi. Almost a year. Everything is a bit of a mess, but I hope it won't be soon. I'm sorry to hear that, Angus. I hope it manages to not be soon as well. I'm sending energy and love and hugs. I hope it clears up soon. Why? Why did you run straight into me? My path, my dude.
She was incredible. Stopped her all without it.
Don't say it. I know he's gone.
The Shadow Carja found him. But you should know, he never betrayed you. He wanted you to have this key.
It's the key that Balaki gave. He said our lives were locked together. Thank you for bringing it back. For all you did for us.
He said it was worth it. All of it. Are you alright?
No. I will be soon.
Are you saying what I think you're saying? Alita, no. Look at me. Look at me. I can't imagine how you're feeling. But you don't have to go it alone. Your father was crushed when he thought you were dead.
Crushed! He still treats me like a perfect doll. His prized possession. No. With the Troll gone, I'm all alone. It isn't worth it.
Wait, Alita. I was wrong about what a troll said. He didn't say it was worth it. He said it is worth it. All of it. Our losses can feel overwhelming. But they remind us of our connections to others, to a troll, even to your father. A troll would have wanted you to remember that and go on. I know it. Now will you?
I'll try.
Please, let me get your father. Will you talk to him?
I guess.
Anytime, Angus. If there's anything I can do to help in any way, let me know. And yeah, I'm alright, thanks. I'm alright. We had to take May to the vet this morning because she's got really itchy skin, but she's got meds and everything, so
I
she should
give
be
you a
okay.
token for your kindness in finding Alita. Is something wrong?
Alita needs you to listen. Right now. Go to the garden, quickly.
I will. At once.
Watch out for the Oseram merchants. They'll as soon cheat you as look at you.
It's about a troll, Father. He and I were together. I didn't want you to.
A troll? Yes, I remember it. From when you two were no taller than the flowers in your mother's garden. But he went west.
They never found out about us. He didn't tell them. Even when they...
Oh, Alita. All that time spent writing edicts, I thought my work was keeping you safe from this war. It was all just parchment. And I could have lost you.
I'm so sorry.
I wish I'd known, all this time, what you were going through. But I'll be better. Thank you for this second chance.
It's not what I imagined on the board.
I'm gonna buy some wire. Because it's going to be useful where we're going. If the merchant has any to sell. Yes. There we go. I mean, it's only 20, but it'll help all the same. Oh, also I'm going to do some selling.
No, I'm awake and alert.
We don't all have all that much that's just for selling. Okay, that's fine.
Damn it.
Save these for the trail.
This I could really do without. Oh, Jesus. Why aren't you moving? Thank you. Oh, there's the frost one. Great. One of each, that's exactly what we needed.
Andy?
Hey, ancient vessel. Oh, I have a full set of ancient vessels now, which is good. Means they can be traded, I believe. So next time we're anywhere with a special merchant, I think it might only be in Meridian, but we'll see.
Never know when I might need these.
Oh god, here we go. You're welcome. Usually go for a more overridey route, but I could really do with some additional wire at this point, and the more machines you kill, the more likely we are to stock up on wire.
Keep that for later.
Aloy, you're very close now.
I was wondering when you'd speak up.
There's a shield rock wall just ahead. Look close, and you'll find handholds leading up.
Oh, really? And who put those there, Right. Why would I expect an answer? It's so much more exciting to keep it all a mystery.
Still no, what do I need for the Rattler? Now, boar skin, rabbit skin, and fox skin, and the hunter bow. The shadow hunter bow I can get. Trace power, faster reload, and firing time, and it's good for short to medium range combat. Fire arrows can ignite blaze cannons, and backpacks can be modified. Well, we might as well grab one as we can. need to do some hunting for the Rattler, and I need a Trampler heart for
Crash the Eclipse Focus Network, he said. So how are we gonna do that? Oh, wait. I forgot. We won't. I do all the dangerous stuff. You just listen. There are the handholds, right where you said they'd be. Did you get that, Silence? No? Fitting name you got there. All right, what now?
You wait, that's what. Take a seat at the campfire and rest. When night falls, we'll talk.
They still have a fire to keep me company. How nice of you to finally drop by.
Our purpose this night is to crash the Focus Network.
Yeah, tell me the part I don't know. How?
For starters, you will need to infiltrate the Eclipse's main base.
What?
That's right. Fortunately for you, I brought you round to the back way. It's right through that crevice. Once you reach the base, you'll see the objective. A derelict tall neck that's been extensively modified. Climb the tall neck. Grafted into the top of its disk, you'll find a module of sorts. Destroy that, and the Focus Network will crash.
So you were part of the Eclipse?
I've never been part of anything. I serve my own interests always. But it is the case that I assisted the Eclipse before I sensed the threat they might become. It was a mistake that I'm doing what I can to correct.
What sort of assistance did you give them?
Head through that crevice, Aloy. We have more important things to do than ask questions.
Understandable frustration. Good news and bad news. Bad news. Girlfriend got disconnected from call. Oh no! Good news. You can use the headphones that doesn't have a mic so I can hear stream better. Yay! I'm sorry that she got disconnected though, but it's nice to have you around even more, Kiwi.
Corrupted machines. Patrolling guards.
More like soldiers. Building reserve for war yet to come.
Oh, Jesus.
You have to get past them.
Yeah, no frickin' shit. I forget.
I didn't say it would be easy.
I forget that corrupted watchers can't just be taken out by poking them in the eye. Oh, Jesus. Right, okay, back. Let's, where's the frickin' there? How the frick did that hit me? Might be worth switching to my Sickness Eater. There we go. Extra defense against corruption damage.
isn't in me.
It's corrupted red eye, that explains it. Whoa, heck. Okay, well that's chunk one done. We've already burnt through a lot of our medicinal supplies and have a lot worse yet to come. Yay! What is that? A long way. Come on. Gotcha. Nope. Come on. There we go. That sounds like a freaking Deathbringer or whatever. Not looking forward to it, whatever it is. Ah, I see. Oh, well, I messed that up very badly. Well done me, wasting all of the medicinal supplies because I misjudged a rope. Oh, that sound might be the long leg, actually. which would be nice. Nice and simple in comparison to a dead guy. Actually, no, what am I talking about? I don't know. Anyway, let's just continue.
Explosions in the distance.
Pay that no mind. Doesn't concern you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, of course their radars are still working. Thankfully, they are very full of fire, so they should be relatively easy to take out.
Damn, no more of these. Be fascinating if they weren't looking for me. Forget about traveling light.
Getting close now. Head for that ridge.
Bear with me for a moment. I just have to go very briefly on a BRB. I will be back momentarily. Hello! We're back. Sorry about that. And hi, Worm. How are you doing?
Oh, useful.
Okay. I hope Worm's day has been alright. Hello!
The tall neck's just over this ridge. You will see it when you reach the top. Now be ready to act fast. You need to get in and get it done before they raise an alarm. Here we go.
You getting this? I see the legs of a tall neck down there, but no tall neck.
Damn. The transmitter's been moved. Check down the ravine to the left. Only place it could be.
So much for insider knowledge. Toward the explosions. Great.
You got exactly one shot at this, Aloy, so spare the sarcasm and make it count. You see that bridge over the ravine?
Yep.
Memorize its location. There's a rappel point on the side. That'll be your way out.
And these Eclipse troopers?
Avoid them or kill them, your choice. The blasting should cover any noise you make. Find the tall neck and destroy the module on top.
Here we go.
Here we go, indeed. It's alright, thank you, Worm. How is Worm? Right, we're gonna switch to our Oseram armor because it's better against people weapons. Or general people weapons, at least.
Huh?
Oh.
You can see them. They can't see you.
That worked so much better than I wanted it to. That was beautiful. a bit discombobulated, but okay, I think. Oh, discombobulated for any reason or just in general? I am glad you're okay with this, though. Not very subtle, this song. It's very clink clanky.
Fall before the shadow.
Oh!
Fighting up ahead?
No. It's a mining operation. So long as you're quick, it won't affect you.
Oh good, another secret. What is this place?
Funny story, Kiwi 4 kinda lost it last night and Kiwi 5 had to be awakened. Good thing it wasn't long, but it could have been very dangerous. Okay, I'm intrigued. Just in general, but I did some sleeping, so that hasn't helped. Oh, looks like Aloy wanted to see something funny. Yes, always.
There are several data points.
Yeah, let's read them all, or listen to them all.
So long as King Itamen languishes at Sunfall, coddled by his mother, he will never learn the true lessons of the sun. I have tried to instruct him, but the shadow of his mother's influence is upon him. I took him to the palace balcony to behold an offering of sacrifice in the ring, but he showed no thirst for it. He averted his gaze. Look to the sun, I told him. Do not shield your eyes. In all things, it is absolute. One day, it nurtures life, and the next, scorches life away. It burns the skin of champions and wretches alike. Never does the sun show pity. That is the example a Sun King must follow. The example of your father. But before my instruction could take hold, she was there, clutching him to her robes, burying his face against her breast. How is a king to rule when he cannot even see?
I would 100% install that mod to him. Yes. Agreed.
This armor. There's only one man big enough to wear this. Helis. This is his shelter. Not exactly fancy.
My lord,
You expect
the 13th king of the Karja Sundom would...
extravagance is his brutality.
So you know him?
Just enough to want to stop him.
Didn't realise that their dialogue would continue there. We'll get the data point going again now.
My lord, the 13th king of the Karja Sundom was murdered. Cut down by cowards who mistook firm rule for madness. Ever the strong are beset upon by the weak. So he said, as the traitors launched their assault. As their cannons, forged by Oseram filth, toppled the battlements and burst the gates. I would have fought to the end.
but it was his will, the will of the sun, that I lead the prince and queen into the west, to safety. My lord did not hesitate. He saw his fate. He looked into the sun, and he did not blink. With me, he sent kestrels, nobles, sun priests, and slaves. Killing all that stood in the way, I carved a path to sunfall. There, we joined others to gather the strength to take back our home. But our strength only faded until the buried shadow was brought to light. When I first set eyes on the buried shadow, I trembled. Was I not the chosen of the sun? A blazing light of faith to shred and scatter darkness? Was it not my place to destroy this devil? But High Priest Bahavas instructed me in the prophecy and set right my frame of mind. The murder of the true Sun King broke the cosmic cycle short of completion. The whole world cast into darkness, doomed. To resume and turn the wheel of time would require more than sun and faith. All forces must combine, all halves of nature join to one cause. Shadow to sun, night to day. Even a buried shadow wants the wheel to turn, for without a sun in the sky, there can be no shadow.
The mural of Meridian on the spire.
Holy Meridian. That's how he sees it. But his destiny is to win it back.
Never does the sun show pity. And yet, when my wife died in birthing, and in dying ended the life of my child unborn, I pitied myself. My lord sensed this, but instead of casting me down for weakness, he cast upon me a radiant beam of honor. He ordered my kin buried in the sacred caves reserved for royals and heroes. Unimaginable. Never again would I doubt that I am the chosen of the sun. Never again would pity find a place in me. Not for myself or another. When sleep refuses to come, I think of our wedding night. How you welcomed me to the marital bed. How after, when you fell asleep, I lay there watching your delicate face. For all its beauty, I detested its fragility. A rage swelled up inside me. I abhorred that bed, how its softness threatened to swallow us up. And that room, the stench of incense, the fine embroidery of the drapes, all of it weak. I slipped from the bed, threw open the casement, and lay naked on the stone floor, determined to spurn all seductions of comfort. But when I woke the next morning, you lay beside me, naked as I in the cold. Your body, stretched beside mine, seemed chiseled from stone. I saw you wake, instantly alert, like an animal ready to strike. You said nothing. You did not have to. Already you had shown me beyond doubt that we were meant to be. Every morning, I wake to the same nightmare. The same reality. Holy Meridian, in the hands of profligates. Debased. The spire, towering above the horizon like a glittering spike through the center of my mind. Every daybreak in exile is a mark of failure, but the count of days runs thin. I will see Meridian retaken, the profligates slaughtered, a true king restored to the Mesa throne.
That's cool. Hey, Hey, Chives, how are you doing? I hope you are okay. Oh, there we go. Just ate dinner. Oh, very nice. What did you have?
He's a fanatic, all right. Single-minded.
It gives him a focus that you seem to lack. Now how about finding that Tolmec?
It would have been easy to drive a Tolmec down his path. Why bother?
Just find it and get to the top. Destroy the module and then get out fast as you can.
Sure is a lot of blasting up there. Sounds busy.
Busy enough not to notice you, let's hope.
I see it. They built some kind of structure around it.
Climate. The sooner this is done, the better.
I don't like this. Feels wrong.
Everything here is wrong. Just get to the module and destroy it.
One part. Oh, very nice. That does sound very nice.
I see the module.
Good. Now be quick.
This is Hades?
Aloy, this is not the time.
It's a metal devil.
Open the module's casing, now. Aloy, do as I say or all is lost.
Entity has come here. Entity miscalculated. Entity cannot destroy me. I am beyond its reach.
Maybe you are. But this isn't!
Destroy the entity.
Moving!
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
What do you think I'm doing? Taking.
Oh. I'll tell you what I am doing is completely misjudging a jump. So we'll ignore that never happened. We'll pretend that didn't happen. Yeah. Doobie-doo.
Running!
Great trail. Yeah, you think?
Oh, I did it again. Right, okay. Focus. I'm still getting control schemes mixed up in my head. It's been too long. Okay. Here we go. How can I don't know what you mean? Thank you, Travis.
Oh, you'll die.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
This looks easy. Yeah, you think? What do you think I'm doing? Taking a nap? Are you kidding me? No way. Almost out of it. Are you kidding me?
Don't fight. Keep moving.
Come on.
Towards the camp.
Got it. Almost there.
The whole base is on high alert.
Yeah, I noticed.
Keep moving or you'll die. More eclipse ahead.
Bridge in sight.
That's the way out.
I know.
Rough going, but you survived.
You knew Hades was there and you sent me to him?
I won't deny I risked your life, but it was the only way. Now, with the focus network down, we can both get what we want. Access to the secrets of Zero Dawn.
I'm past trusting you with secrets.
Good. That means you're wising up. Trust is for fools. It shifts and crumbles like sand. A poor foundation for any partnership. But mutual self-interest. Now that is a solid bedrock upon which you and I might build the new signs of understanding. We both need answers, Aloy. And thanks to you, we're on the verge of grasping them. It's unfold. We'll speak again.
You miserable... Damn him. If I could toss this focus and be rid of you, Silence, I would. But we both know I need it. Sunfall it is. And Zero Dawn.
Welcome back, Worm. Right, do we have any fast travel points on the way? Yes, quite a few. Okay, this looks like our closest one. Might as well. This stream has been a bit of a lore grind, where a lot of the rest have been a bit of lore and a lot of side quest stuff. I think that I'm gonna continue the lore grind, and then I'll come back and do some of the side quests and collecting when we've done a nice extra bulk of it.
Once again leads the Hunter's Lodge. I could not ask for a more noble house.
We'll all be dressing like Oseram if the Sun King's allies get their way.
Speaking of, let's go back to our... There we go. Let's put some modifications on that. Yes, some extra damage would be good. Extra fire seems solid. Yeah, sure. Do we have any bomb? Boom, boom. Yep. And skills. I can unlock another skill. What have we got? Heavy, spear attacks, faster reload. Let's go with expert carver for now. Onwards to Sunfall. Right, this isn't terrifying. Do you need to do some hunting? There we go. Nope. Nope. Pretty sure it's skin I need, not burn. For a rabbit, a fox, and a boar? I think it was a boar. Speaking of boars.
Looks good. I had a feeling that would happen. Okay, we're just gonna run from this. I don't want to take all of that lot on at the same time, really. Bye. I mean, this isn't much better, I'll be honest. I need this.
Can I? Okay, bye. Bye. Okay, I think we're alright now.
Start.
go.
Good for an old remedy. I'll find a use for you.
Don't like this. Yeah. Okay, I think it was okay still. Don't like it. Is that a tall neck I haven't done? Yeah, it is. It's a bit off the path, but it might be worth doing as will be in its territory. Let's jump that, am I now? Of course. Wouldn't be simple, would it? Oh, I have a horrible feeling I know what lurks around here.
Be closing in on the signal. Okay, I need to get up to the Tallneck's head. Ready or not?
Not is the answer. Oh, it's a freaking red one. Hopefully, none of the others got wise.
I think I can leap onto the Tallneck from here.
They got wise. They got wise. Jesus Christ, where's the thing? Damn it. The frickin' red-eyed ones get me every time, because I go to do the shoot for the eye, it kills them pretty much immediately, and then it doesn't, and then they alert every other machine, and it's like, oh, you moron.
Another signal. Here they come.
I really should have been using the long-range bow, not the short-range bow for this. Some nice wire.
Oh, nice. Something nearby is sending that signal.
That is a red eye again.
Time to find a way up to its head. Be a good spot for jumping onto the Tolek.
Yes, if I can just remain alive. Okay. They all seem to not care anymore, which is good. That's what we want. Where's the Tolek? Over there. I'm just gonna wait for it to cycle around. Come on.
scanning for me. That's it. Okay, time to climb up to its head.
Brilliant. Now, onwards to Sunfall. Is she floating very slightly? Oh, quite possibly. Quite probably, actually, yeah. Although I wouldn't have noticed, so fair play, Angus. Sunfall.
Sunfall. The Mad King Duran's summer palace. A bulwark of Carja might against the howling Forbidden West.
Thanks for the history lesson.
But they have no idea what lies beneath. We will learn much from this Aloy.
That's what I'm hoping.
Is the ceasefire going to end?
Okay, we'll come back and we'll get... Oh no, we'll get it now.
We don't deserve this. She's very pale. Is she unwell?
Yes. She's a fighter, but the fever on her won't lift. It only burns hotter. Her name is Shiana, my sister.
Isn't there anyone in Sunfall who can help?
We're refugees. We know our place. And there's only one healer in the territory. He's difficult. His soul is in shadow.
His soul is in shadow.
Galiv. That's him. He's very clever, but he has little care for people. Perhaps the desert scoured it all away. Perhaps he was always like that. Either way, I know he won't help us.
Well, I'll see about that. Where would I find him?
Last I heard, he was patching up soldiers at Blazon Arch. Another border battle.
Could return his back on us.
He's always been a righteous man.
From your brow.
Don't forget to stock up before you're on the road.
The man who fixes my shoes has apparently fled Sunfall.
Just
Where would he leave his tools behind?
Okay.
The sun. Proud tradition.
Oh, those people are fricked. Hey, Lord Board, how you doing?
Now we get to see if your attack on their focus network was entirely successful.
What are you talking about? Did I crash?
Success. Welcome to the Citadel, Aloy. I'll check back with you in a moment. In the meantime, stick it.
Outlanders, if you want to hear about today's bounties, head for the throne room. You're not going to make any shards by standing out here.
I'll take the shards, even if it means having to listen to Bahamas. I hear the Shadow Conjurer are looking for one of their own. Should pay well.
By the glory of the sun revealed. Behold, radiant Edaman, the one true Sun King, the light in shadow, whose will is light and whose light is law.
I command Lucian Bahavas to speak in my behalf.
By the will of radiant Edaman does the sun glare down mercilessly upon the traitor Uthid. To the hunter who brings his head to us shall go a bounty of 500 shards.
More prisoners than royalty, don't you think? Over here. You and I need to chat, Lone Huntress. The green tent down in Shadowside. I'll be waiting.
Kind of busy.
We both know you kill for hire. Uthid is innocent. So come see me while there's still time to save him.
So, the way in I spoke of is right behind you.
You've got to be kidding.
Not at all. And you needn't worry about the Kestrels. They'll be too busy acting important to pay attention to you.
First time in the Citadel, gotta see the sun ring from on high.
Well, the Kestrels.
Ah, they want us to see
the
this.
Balustrade.
It makes
It's a short
quite an
drop from there.
impression.
Imagine we're going down here.
The other side of the tower. Look for a vent.
I see you've been here before.
Obviously. Now, it's very important that you hear what I'm about to say. I've shown you the way in, but this humble vent marks a point of no return. Before you descend into the depths here, you should be fully committed, equipped, and focused. No distractions. If you have errands to run, do them first or hold your peace. I won't tolerate whining. Is that clear?
You'll tolerate what I give you, Silence. I didn't ask you along for the ride.
Right, we do have errands to do. I'm pretty sure that we keep them all. It's just... we can't come out and do anything once we enter.
down.
I've spent a lifetime trying to uncover the secrets of this world. Where the machines came from. How the old ones achieved such marvels only to fall into silence and death. A lifetime of failure. As year by year, decade after decade, I hit walls I could not break, doors I could never breach.
Hello.
Until a Nora huntress marched out of the savage east. And voila, for her, all the deepest secrets of the earth were laid bare. I suspect you will have an easier time with this door than I did years ago.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic profile confirmed. Entry authorized. Malfunction. 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 Malfunction.
Are you kidding me?
You don't hear me laughing.
Shut up. There's gotta be another way. Hey! Elizabeth Sobeck here! Requesting access!
Access request acknowledged. Root command functions available. Do you wish to proceed?
I do! Get me through this door!
Analyzing. Primary access inoperable due to mechanical failure. Emergency venting procedure likely to circumvent blockage. Do you wish to proceed?
Yes.
Emergency venting authorized.
I underestimated. So by now,
Guess you can't have everything.
that will draw attention. We won't have this place to ourselves for long now.
We? Last I checked, I was the one risking my life down here.
Yes, fine. Now will you please get moving? There's so much to learn in less time than I'd hoped.
We're about to get some real frickin' lore drops, I swear to God.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn.
Zero Dawn. We found it.
Are you really so surprised?
Facility diagnostics detect multiple failures. Attempting repair.
So, what was this room?
An entrance hall, perhaps. Have a look around.
From lounge staff to admin. Subject, another incident. This morning's unfortunate incident with Dr. Popovich is another example of reception's need for additional support. We appreciate that Zero Dawn is an immensely complicated project, but as the staff who serve on the front line, we're tired of being neglected. As we have already requested, we need human translators, fluent in Polish for example, security staff, who can subdue enraged embryologists for example, and dermal sedatives, to calm persons who are screaming in Polish while hurling chairs and vases at reception staff, for example. Yes, most of the candidates are reasonably calm and well behaved, but we need help handling the exceptions to that rule. Please respond. Also, I have no idea why I called them vases. I have never called them vases in my life. There we go. Apparently the plural of vase becomes vases before I even think about it.
Saving these for the trail.
From reception staff to admin. Subject, we need support too. Reception staff continues to require additional support managing ZD candidates when they arrive at the facility. Many are frightened or confused. Some are highly agitated. These are not the sort of persons who are accustomed to having information withheld from them. At minimum, we need human translators. The Langbots are not sufficient. And mild sedatives for the extreme cases. Any and all support would be welcome. Perhaps you could start by responding to one of these mails.
Please take a seat and wait for your name to be called. A selection of beverages and snacks are available.
A smaller room.
From lounge staff to admin. Subject, restock or else. For the 5th time, please restock the lounge's selection of herbal teas. If I have to listen to one more egghead throw a tantrum because we're out of the organic cucumber mint or blackberry sage varietals, I'm going to lose it. Please respond. And this time, no tempest in a teapot or sleep demand jokes. Okay? I thought she was about to say, ooh, snacks. I mean, that's where my mind would have gone. If it was really me here, I'd have been like, ooh, snacks.
Gonna come in handy.
Always got snacks on the mind. From lounge staff to admin. Subject, soundproofing. Would it be possible to improve the soundproofing between VR1 and the lounge area? Most of the candidates stay quiet during the presentation, but the ones who scream or sob can be plainly heard by candidates waiting their turn in the lounge. Just a thought. Yeah.
Please proceed into viewing room 1 for an important message regarding the purpose of your visit.
I believe the phrase, "the shit is about to hit the fan," is apt for this moment.
What was this place?
A holographic theater.
CD-N1 data intact. Initiating playback.
Here we go.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn. I am General Harris, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States of America. I'm sure you've heard the rumors that Zero Dawn is a top-secret super-weapons program, the technological miracle that will save us from the Pharaoh Plague, if Operation Enduring Victory can hold off the robots long enough. The reason I'm sure you've heard the rumors is that I'm the one who spread them, and they are all lies. Zero Dawn is not a super-weapons program, and it will not save us. Nothing will save us. And here's why. By the time the glitch was noticed, it was already too late. Nothing could stop the Pharaoh Plague. Nothing can. Its robots will continue to replicate and devour the biosphere. Life on Earth will be destroyed. Our planet reduced to a barren sphere. Global extinction is inevitable. No matter how many we kill, the robots just keep exponentially making more. If we had their deactivation codes, we could shut them all down. The entire swarm. But since their cryptographic protocols use polyphasic entangled waveforms, cracking a code set would take half a century. At best, we've got 16 months. Not exactly what you'd call a survival option. The destruction of a biosphere is not the sort of apocalypse you can wait out in a fallout shelter or a space station. There will be no Earth left to reclaim. Just a lifeless, toxic rock with several million Pharaoh robots on it, hibernating, waiting for something to eat. This is the horrible truth behind the lies of Operation Enduring Victory. My lies. Lies designed to inspire millions of innocents to sacrifice themselves in battle. Why? One reason. To buy time for you and the work you will do here. Zero Day, the day that life on Earth ceases to exist, is coming fast. It cannot be stopped. The hope of Zero Dawn is that something new might come after. But I will leave it to Elizabeth Sobek to shine that thin ray of light into the darkness. Harris, out.
That doesn't make sense. Life on Earth didn't cease to exist.
He said it could not be stopped.
But it was. Somehow Elizabeth saved us. I've got to keep looking. Find out how she did it. nostrils. They got in. Through the vents.
Let nothing stop you from learning the truth.
Spread out! If it moves, kill it!
What is this place? Tomb?
Right, we'll come back for these data points. We've got a fight to win first.
Let this bring me victory!
Feel that?
Got me! What else you got? To destroy the unfaithful, can't take another!
We're too close to the tribal crypt to stop us now. The data points, what do they contain?
We're about to find out.
It is accurate, yes. So these mechanical monstrosities, they don't just kill people, they feed off them? Not just people, all organic matter. Every living thing dissolved into nutrients. Millennia of evolution liquefied. The miracle of life reduced to bloody biofuel. In a word, yes. Who did this? Pharaoh?
I pressed triangle and accidentally stopped it. Hang on, we'll finish that data point now.
It is accurate, yes. So these mechanical monstrosities, they don't just kill people, they feed off them? Not just people, all organic matter. Every living thing dissolved into nutrients. Millennia of evolution liquefied. The miracle of life reduced to bloody biofuel. In a word, yes. Who did this? Pharaoh? That arsehole. Is he here? No, Doctor. Please. Tell him Tom Pike wants a word. Now, get off! Get off! Doctor, please. You get Ted Pharaoh in here!
Want to discuss? Whew. So, Mama, she was right.
Pardon?
My mother, she took her Bible real serious. Not just Texas Bible serious, Pentecostal serious. Favorite chapter? Revelations. Now, I didn't always understand her on account of all that speaking in tongues and such, but when she did use her words, there was always end times this and lake of fire that on account of sinful lifestyles. Speaking of which, mind if I smoke?
A tobacco cigarette.
Sorry, darling. My taste run classic. Compliments to your team tracked me down. Been a price on my head 18 months now. Sterling Malkeet was me, don't mind admitting. Been plenty of snakesters chasing the bounty too. But I kept the zigging to their zag. How'd you finger me?
I believe Dr. Sobek listed you as an alpha candidate. Priority snatch and grab.
Always suspected she had a little thing for me. Hey, I don't suppose you got real coffee in this place? You know, blood coffee? Conflict cappuccinos?
Mr. Tate, I'm clearing you to proceed. Just go. You previously worked for Faro Automated Systems.
On the chariot line self-replication routines. I came here thinking this was a rendition. When your people took me, I thought, about time. I've been trying to swallow the guilt every day since
Would you like to take a moment?
No, I really hoped Zero Dawn was a way to undo it all. My work. And I'm sorry to say I was ever proud of it, but Ted could really sell a concept, and in the labs, in the light of creation, that first test run, when you saw they understood their own structures, could rebuild themselves from memory and light, there were no limits. God, there were no limits.
Let's cut the mystery. You're building a colony ship. It's obvious. And it's not gonna fly. I mean, literally. Remember the Odyssey? That multinational heap of space junk that's been in graveyard orbit since 57? That went nowhere real slow. And you have to get somewhere real fast. Do you have any idea the immensity of the challenge to prep a new colony ship in time?
To be clear, I'm not a worker on the project.
Do you even understand how few people it could save? The whole generation ship concept is not gonna happen. It's the first thing you'd abandon in favor of embryonics. For that kind of storage, we're talking a lot of bulk, a lot of power, a lot of resources. So even if you do it, even if you build it and point it at Sirius X, there's no room for people on that thing, all right?
If you could try to remain calm.
You people are crazy if you think you're getting off this rock. No one's getting off.
Medical.
There was a room that we walked into, and the tannoy system went, welcome, please take a seat. We have a wide variety of snacks and beverages available. And Aloy said something to the extent of, oh, this room's smaller. And Angus went, I honestly thought she was going to say, oh, snacks, which is, let's be fair, the right response to being told there are snacks. See if we can replay this hollow point for you, because there was a big plot point. Let's see, is it this one? It won't show it.
Welcome to Project.
But it will explain it.
Zero Dawn. Welcome to Project Zero Dawn. I am General Harris, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States of America. I'm sure you've heard the rumors that Zero Dawn is a top-secret super-weapons program. The technological miracle that will save us from the Pharaoh Plague, if Operation Enduring Victory can hold off the robots long enough. The reason I'm sure you've heard the rumors is that I'm the one who spread them, and they are all lies. Zero Dawn is not a super-weapons program, and it will not save us. Nothing will save us. And here's why. By the time the glitch was noticed, it was already too late. Nothing could stop the Pharaoh Plague. Nothing can. Its robots will continue to replicate and devour the biosphere. Life on Earth will be destroyed. Our planet reduced to a barren sphere. Global extinction is inevitable. Every possible countermeasure has been attempted. Weapons, even nuclear, only delay the inevitable. No matter how many we kill, the robots just keep exponentially making more. If we had their deactivation codes, we could shut them all down. The entire swarm. But since their cryptographic protocols use polyphasic entangled waveforms, cracking a code set would take half a century. At best, we've got 16 months. Not exactly what you'd call a survival option. There are no survival options. The destruction of a biosphere is not the sort of apocalypse you can wait out in a fallout shelter or a space station. There will be no Earth left to reclaim. Just a lifeless, toxic rock with several million Pharaoh robots on it. Hibernating. Waiting for something to eat. This is the horrible truth behind the lies of Operation Enduring Victory. My lies. Lies designed to inspire millions of innocents to sacrifice themselves in battle. Why? One reason. To buy time for you and the work you will do here. 0 Day, the day that life on Earth ceases to exist, is coming fast. It cannot be stopped. The hope of Zero Dawn is that something new might come after. But I will leave it to Elizabeth Sobek to shine that thin ray of light into the darkness. Harris, out.
Snacks should always be the first thing you go to, just saying. So yeah, we have learned that Project Zero Dawn isn't the super weapon that everyone believed it to be. But we have yet to find out what it is. We're getting close to that reveal.
With Suzanne Alpert, environmental scientist. Doctor?
I'm sorry, I wasn't,
Just stating your name. What were you thinking about, Doctor?
Nothing the General said, not really. I was on the Syzygy East Response Team in 2051, just after the second earthquake compromised the reactor. I still dream about it, after all these years. The red zone spreading on the imaging, slowly, so slowly, like a hand opening its fingers.
Your involvement in that event is why you were asked for by name.
Really? That's interesting. Because nothing worked. Nothing could grow there again. It was a catastrophic failure. But the red zone is a blip compared to global-scale biomass reduction. The biosphere and hydrosphere will collapse, render the Earth uninhabitable long before the robots finish us. Enduring victory can't buy time against that. So, you'd better show me what Zero Dawn really is.
For debriefing after Presentation 1, which is the audio clip we just listened to and what we saw the General say, candidates must be allowed to ask questions and be given the necessary time to fully absorb the information they have received. It is important to be aware that candidates have just been exposed to triggers for severe mental and emotional trauma. Do not assume silence or outward calmness indicates acceptance. It is essential to stress that all other options for combating the Pharaoh Plague and preserving the continuation of human life have been considered and found unworkable. Communicate this fact calmly, but clearly and firmly. Familiarise yourself with data on the catastrophic environmental impact of nuclear engagements versus the Swarm, Addendum B1, and unfeasibility of maintaining life in orbital, lunar, or undersea structures, Addenda C1, C2, C3, so that you can counter candidates' objections in depth. If a candidate asks for time alone to review supplementary information, allow this without hesitation. Be sure to inform security personnel so the candidate can be monitored for attempts at self-harm. Candidates should only be cleared to proceed to Presentation 2 if you believe their mental state is sufficiently stable. Note that real-time support will be available via your focuses. Security and medical crisis teams are data corrupted. You know what they all need? They all need some chives. That will save the world. Hell yes. I'd agree with that. That does sound pretty world-saving.
I'm sure you now understand the urgency of why we brought you here, Ms. Okilo.
Captain Okilo, are you trying to thank me for not resisting?
I believe we could negotiate a diplomatic solution.
When it came to my country's lithium, it was always a swarm that would be sent to negotiate. Metallurgic International, U.S. Robot Command. The markings changed, but the robots were the same.
You have had considerable experience in human-robot conflict.
Yes, and I've got the prosthetic limbs to show it. Yet I continue to face this horror, even though the challenge was great. Cyber warfare. I thought Zero Dawn would be a Manhattan project to generate the deactivation codes. With the resources I had, I estimated code breaking to be a hopeless endeavor. I was almost looking forward to being proved wrong.
Unfortunately, your estimation was correct.
As your General Harris said. So then, you did not bring me here to commiserate. What is left?
Just leads back into there. Just checking. It's always good to check for data points. Some of them are quite well hidden. I think it's safe to say we got all the data points. Onward to the next section.
CD02 data intact. Initiating playback.
Elizabeth Sobek. You've heard the bad news, and it's all true. The Pharaoh Plague is devouring the biosphere. Life itself will cease to exist. But does that have to be the end? What if we could give life a future? What if we could build a kind of seed from which, on a dead planet, life could blossom anew? This is the aim, the hope, of Project Zero Dawn. To create a super-intelligent, fully automated terraforming system and bring life back from lifelessness. What would such a system require? At its core, it would need a true AI, fully capable of making the trillions of decisions necessary to reconstitute the biosphere. An immortal guardian, devoted to the reflourishing of life. We call it Gaia. Mother Nature as an AI. But that's just the core of the system. She will need to be surrounded and empowered by a comprehensive suite of subordinate functions. Think of them as extensions of Gaia's mind, each dedicated to a specific purpose. Now, these aren't AIs, but make no mistake, each presents an engineering challenge more profound than anything the human species has ever before attempted. Hardware that preserves and then gestates the billions of seeds and embryos from which life will be reborn. The construction of underground facilities to hold it all. And that's just the start. We don't have to build the entire system. The beauty of a fully automated terraforming system is that it can build itself. Now, over the days to come, you'll learn how all these functions, all these pieces that you'll be working on, fit together. How we'll race the clock to execute our harvest initiatives, write the software, build the tech and the facilities. How we'll lock it down and seal it up before the inevitable occurs. But even more important, you'll know how it doesn't end here. How Gaia will generate those deactivation codes General Harris talked about, and build the transmission arrays to broadcast them, shutting down the Pharaoh robots for good. How Gaia will not just build, but imagine any conceivable robot it needs to do its work across centuries. From detoxifying the Earth's ravaged atmosphere and poisoned seas, to the regreening of the Earth from cryopreserved seed stalks, to rewilding the Earth with animal life. And then, when all that is done, how a new generation of human beings, spawned at cradle facilities around the globe, will partake of Apollo, the vast archive of human knowledge and cultural achievement from which they will learn of us, our world. And most important, how not to repeat our mistakes. It's not an impossible dream. It is within our grasp if we work tirelessly and stop at nothing to achieve it. We can't stop life from ending. But if you will help me, help Gaia, we can give it a future. Join me and help make that future real. The whole Earth destroyed, but then remade?
Yes. By a machine. A machine of creation.
Elizabeth did this.
Hades, then? If it was part of Gaia, how did it end up in the wreckage of a pharaoh robot? And why does it want to kill me? And Apollo, the Archive of Knowledge, what happened to that?
I'm as confused as you are. Maybe the answers lie ahead.
You are now in possession of information regarding the true nature and purpose of Project Zero Dawn, classified far above top secret. As such, we regret that you cannot be allowed to leave this facility. There are 3 options available to you at this point. Please consider each carefully. Trained counselors are standing by to assist you in making your choice. 1. Participation. You will be assigned to a sub-project team based on your area of expertise. You should be aware that the way forward will be difficult, and the project's outcome is uncertain. You will be expected to work a minimum of 80 hours per week, and your communications with family members will be strictly limited and monitored in real time. Upon successful completion of the project, you and your immediate family, or 2 persons of your choosing, will be transferred to the Elysium, sealed habitat to live out the remainder of your natural lives. 2. Indefinite detention. Should you choose to decline participation in Project Zero Dawn, you will be confined indefinitely. You will be given 48 hours to reconsider, after which your decision to refuse participation will be considered irrevocable. Every reasonable effort will be made to make your term of confinement as comfortable as possible, but you will not be permitted contact with the outside world, and death within 18 months due to the Pharaoh Plague is inevitable. When the Zero Dawn facility is abandoned, detainees who wish not to opt for medical euthanasia will be released. 3. Medical euthanasia. The information you have just received understandably calls into question the purpose of continuing to live. If you would prefer to end your life at this point, pain-free, medical euthanasia is available. A 48-hour waiting period is required, during which time you may instead opt for participation or confinement. Please notify a counsellor when you are ready to make your choice, or if you have further questions.
Of course I'll do it. To be given the opportunity to rebuild what the damage that I don't feel worthy of it, but I will do it, absolutely.
I want to stress that this was never about your culpability.
It is to me. Dr. Sobek, Margot, they were smart to get out of Pharaoh when they did, but not one of us took it as a warning sign. It just told ourselves that we're cut out for the BTRI cabals. That's the better than rapid innovation. A better competing, better than the next guy, a better killing machine. It's just amazing how a century and a half of science fiction did nothing to swerve our species from the path of doom. I mean, I'm done with that life. I mean, I will work hard, twice as hard to earn this, for my family to have a place in Elysium. I never thought that there could be atonement.
See to make sure I behave this time?
Security, for your protection. Would you like to discuss how you're feeling?
Sure. I'll tell you. Surprised. No, flabbergasted. Like my own man would say, flabbergasted. That vein pumping in his forehead. I thought you people were just completely underprepared for a spaceflight project. But now I can see it's worse. Much worse. Sobek is a total fantasist, a dangerous fantasist. He's kind of blue skying. It's... Jesus. I'm sorry we wasted each other's time. I'm ready to leave now.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Everything you're talking about here isn't possible.
I recommend you read the documents regarding your options.
I've seen enough. I'm getting out of here.
What did you... You know... Get your hands off me!
Welp indeed. I would choose 1 and 3. Fair. I would like to say I'd choose 1, but it's one of those questions that you can never really tell how you'll take it. One of those scenarios that I don't feel like thinking as I am now, I'd go 1 100%. I want to help. But the human mind is weird when you come up against something like that.
If you're still nauseous. No, the inhibitors have kicked in. I can't feel the back of my tongue. I wish I could tell you I'd believe in this. But the damage is too great, too extensive, too complete. With all respect to Dr. Sobek's work at Miriam, no. No, life doesn't always find a way to keep going. Sometimes it never comes back. Like Syzygy East. Like the Congo. Like Timor. Like us. That's our reward? A buried city full of terminal patients waiting out the clock?
You grow old together, with your loved ones, in safety.
I don't have loved ones. I suppose I could start a family?
I'm afraid not. All inhabitants of Elysium will be medically sterilized. A habitat capable of sustaining a starting base of 2,000 individuals for up to 100 years is a huge challenge, Dr. Alpert. If the population grows instead of diminishes, everyone will be dead inside 30 years.
I knew it. I just couldn't bring myself to say the words.
I'm sorry.
Finish it. Medical euthanasia. I want no part of this. I just want it over.
I see. Protocols require a 48-hour waiting period, after which...
Fair enough, Worm. For debriefing after presentation 2, it is vitally important that candidates choose to participate in Project Zero Dawn voluntarily and knowingly, without additional coercion and without value judgment on the part of the Councillor. Confirm for candidates that they were selected due to their skill sets and accomplishments. Emphasise that their dedicated participation in Zero Dawn will increase the project's chances of success. Frame participation in Zero Dawn as an opportunity to respond actively in the face of an overwhelming threat. Candidates may question the fairness of their selection, validate such objections as normal, even admirable responses, emphasize the value of candidates' expertise to the future, not just of humanity, but terrestrial life as a whole. Likewise, candidates may balk at the morality of extending their lifespans, and those loved ones beyond 0 day. Validate their hesitation. Acknowledge that, while the reward of Elysium is not fair, it will be earned. If possible, redirect their ethical misgivings towards greater commitment to the project. When candidates challenge the plausibility of Project Zero Dawn, permit them to review Dr. Sobek's presentation as many times as they wish, and allow access to supplemental articles G01 through P20. Allow them to suspend the interview to fully process this documentation. A significant minority of candidates will elect for medical euthanasia. It is important to receive this decision kindly and without judgment. Advise them of the 48-hour waiting period, during which counsellors will be available to discuss their decision. Emphasise that euthanasia will not occur without repeated consent when the procedure is scheduled to take place. No one will be euthanized against her or his will. Candidates who elect indefinite detention must be informed that they have 48 hours to reverse their decision, after which the decision data corrected. Speaking of which, I had a super happy fun time dream last night in which big hugs. That's not a happy fun time. If you need to talk about it, you know where I am, yeah? It's very confusing to say the least. Yes. Yes, I can
Intruder! Get her! Incoming!
Whatever you
relate
do,
to that.
don't die now.
If it makes you feel any better, Silence, that wasn't fun. Hey again, Kiwi. 10 out of 10 advice from Silence. Always 10 out of 10 advice from Silence.
I hashed it out with them, what the point of Artemis was. I made it clear I wasn't on board for a global zoo. We haven't exactly proved ourselves to be great custodians in the past few thousand years. So the idea of a reconstituted biosphere, well, it's horrifying, isn't it? A complete horror show. We have no right to take a best guess at this stuff. But the alternative? Nothingness. For there to have been all this and then nothing. And with Charles Ronson running the show, I respect him. He's got a passion to him. He's hot-blooded. So I said I'll do it. I'll put my all into this, literally. When the project is done, I'll take the medical option, thank you. Counselor said I might change my mind. I told him that he didn't know me very well then. For life's sake, I'll do the dirty work. But I want no part of this pathetic, attenuated future on offer. I'm an outdoors man. Never did like the feel of solid-state lighting on my skin. And a wee bit of a claustrophobe, anyway.
Zero Dawn. It is art, in a way. An expression on the grandest scale. There is so much unfairness. Why was I chosen? Was it decided by committee? By algorithm? My family will be saved because I happen to graduate in art history? Is this right?
Dr. Sauvé? Christina Sauvé?
Yes. I met a man, another historian. His fields are Bauhaus and the New Materialists. But he once attended one of my talks. Another unfair chance. Of all the many people in that auditorium, that we should both be here now. And yet, I feel more accepting of my fate. No, it is not fair. Not at all. But for the sake of my family, for the sake of art. Art is alive. It must be able to speak from beyond history and echo in the future, not perish into oblivion. This opportunity, I must do this.
Now, those lame FBI black hats at Mockingbird back in the day, I enjoyed schooling them. But maybe I went in too hard on this poor counselor. She was cute, and just going down a checklist after all. Couldn't expect her to see how ridiculous Zero D's ambitions are. God's own budget thrown at a kid playing with a hologram sculptor? Palms up, honey. I'm just calling it like it is. Hey, look, Mom, I'm making nature. Now, if nature is so important, why not let nature take its course? Extinction? That's natural. Zero Dawn? No, ma'am, that ain't. Heck, it's so unnatural it'd be called an abomination back home, and you know it. That's why you're hiding it. Meanwhile, my little honey of a counselor, she's munching the inside of her cheek. Bad habit. She chewed one of her nails, too, just one. Not your day, was it, little sweet pea? Saw her quota slipping away. Said, I assume you intend to decline the assignment, Mr. Tate. You kidding me? 18 months hard labor in exchange for 30 years lounging around Elysium watching porn? Sign me up.
Here we go. Another one of these. Need to find the right configuration.
Hey.
Oh.
Hey.
Okay, I was hoping it would play it, then I pressed triangle to play it and didn't realise it would just do it.
Hey. I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes. If you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out.
Okay, so up. Okay, so that side's locked. So to the side, but it's going to be the other side because it's all in reverse. Down. Oh, no. Or does it mean, hang on, how's it phrased? Does it mean everything's in reverse? Okay, so this could mean instead, let's try it this way. To the side, doing it backwards, up, to the side, down, and to the side. Nope. Okay, it's side, down, to the other side. Up and to the side. Is that actually up and to the side? Yeah, up and... No. Maybe it's that one. Up. To the side. Down. To the side. And up. Nope. Okay, let's try that one backwards. Oh my god. You know, it sometimes fascinates me how stupid people are. My girlfriend's best friend got mad at me and her because we were too tired to play a game with them. We took the kind, we're too tired today, maybe tomorrow. And they didn't allow that and blocked us. Oh my god. Hopefully they'll be alright with us soon, because Jeff and best friend have been BFF for 3 years, so I'm praying. I hope so, yeah. sound like the kind of person you want to be friends with. No, that is true. That does sound like an extreme reaction. Right, okay, let's try mirroring all of this. If that doesn't work, we'll nope. Okay, and now try that one backwards. So, up. I mean, I feel like I've tried on that side is just blocked off. Or maybe that's it. Maybe both sides need to be functioning. That's what I'm missing, probably.
There's a part missing. Maybe there's a storage area nearby.
Missing piece. I know they are both connected to different things. That door should open independently, so let's try this backwards again. Maybe I just put it in wrong. Down to the side. Nope. Up and to the side.
Hey, I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes. If you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out.
Maybe it's okay. Hang on. Let's hang on. Let's try it normally.
Done.
Ah, there we
should check
go.
the door nearby.
It's just that he installed this wrong and I'm read too deep into it. According to girlfriend, best friend was pretty open and kinder, but since good old drama happens, they become less open and toxic, right? We are aware of it, but we know they are a good person on a good day, right? Doesn't justify being a bad person on a bad day. That is true. See that? But they can be very toxic with the right events. Yeah, it sounds, it doesn't sound super friendly is not the right word. You know what I mean. Okay. Oh, there's that.
One. Looks intact.
Yeah. Thank you.
That should do the trick.
Okay, and this will
Let's
be
get that door open.
up, side, down, side up. No? up, side, down, side up. Oh, see, this one is upside down. Okay, there we go. So, tilt that upside down. That is down. Then, that is correct. And then up. And then, that's correct. And then up. I mean, down.
That did it.
There we go.
Should have power.
Now to see what lies beyond it.
On a slightly cocky side, blocking us won't get us to play with you. No, it won't. Friends don't block friends. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Especially over something that trivial.
Eclipse. They're here.
Avoid contact.
Lines look good.
Gaia. It's up there. Second floor.
Can you reach it?
So much for avoiding contact.
Frick.
Get under some cover.
Oh god.
Some easy targets. Survive this. Get them!
Just need to go on a very quick BRB to answer a phone call. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. Like, bro, let us energize and we can play then. Yep. Sounds that, yeah, just seems like a lot of stress over something that doesn't need to be a lot of stress, you know?
That's the last of them. Or not.
Oh god.
The shadow will reach you wherever you go. Your end now. Please for the
Room's clear. For a moment, anyway.
moving. You have to find Gaia.
Yeah, working on it. From Margot Shen to Elizabeth Sobek, subject simulation results. Wow, you weren't kidding about Gaia's predilection for animal morphologies. Sure, not totally unexpected given the rough natural terrain her bots will have to navigate, but I agree that there's something deeper going on here. Her designs aren't just functional, they feel almost like, well, tributes is the word that comes to mind. And though she's already mourning their loss, and not just for the disappearing fauna of our time, but creatures from fossil record too, references to megafauna in some of her designs. So cool! Well, whatever Gaia thinks up, I can never freaking say this. Hephaestus? Hephaestus? That one will empower her to build it. I just wish we could still be around in a century or two to see what she makes. Margot.
Hello, I'm Margot Shen, and this is Hephaestus.
Hephaestus, there we go. From Elizabeth Soget to Margot Shen, full steam ahead. Margot, if I doubted your brilliance in the slightest, I wouldn't have picked you as the Hephaestus Alpha. You need to stop worrying about your age and communication style. You are who you are. Have confidence in yourself. You know what you're doing. Case in point, the latest draft of your plan for the construction and stocking of bootstrap silos to store raw materials is excellent. This, combined with your design for the AM Foundry core and the Foundry site selection plan, add up to a comprehensive plan. It's time to start construction. One detail, consult with Iomede a kilo before you finalise the silo inventories. Hephaestus' first task will be to fabricate the robots that will construct the waveform broadcast towers. Minerva will use to transmit the deactivation codes, so any exotic materials needed for the towers should be accounted for in the inventory plan. Elizabeth. Thank you, Anne.
As the name might tip you off, this is going to be the subordinate function that Gaia will use to make lots and lots of robots. Her personal forge. Except, it's not that simple. You probably noticed that only about a third of you are robotics engineers. The rest, experts in machine cognition, virtual heuristics, that stuff. Well, that's because we aren't going to be the ones designing and building robots. The last thing we want is to burden Gaia with a bunch of outmoded 21st century designs. Waste of time. Our purpose is to empower Gaia to build the robots, and not just build, imagine, from scratch. Any robot she needs for any conceivable purpose, designed and fabricated at a snap of a finger. Hers. Her finger. So, Hephaestus isn't really the forge. It's more like the knowledge of craft and ingenuity of a mastersmith to wield the hammer. Encoded as software. Virtual creativity made real. Gaia's already learning. In simulation, she's doing some very creative things with fractal assembly and animal morphologies. Her designs aren't about to win the Liam Prize anytime soon, but hey, everyone has to start somewhere. So, yes, time to get started. Let's do this.
I don't get it.
Which part? It's a little technical in places.
If Gaia was designed to save life, why would the robots it makes attack people?
Perhaps it loves some forms of life more than others.
The derangement. The machines weren't always so angry.
True. Mostly they were docile until 10, 15 years ago.
For years, Hephaestus has been forcing cauldrons to make aggressive machines. I've seen it myself, in the cauldrons. Stalkers, Ravagers, the Thunderjaw. How could it do that? And why?
Why indeed?
I think this is it. Elizabeth Sobek's office. But it's sealed off. There's got to be a way inside. More eclipse.
Careful now.
From Samina Abaji to Elizabeth Sobek. Subject, encapsulated DNA. And the winner is encapsulated DNA. Over the past 10 days I performed an exhaustive review of data storage solutions, magnetic, optical, quantum, even that eternity tech that FAS was shilling a year or so ago, but every other solution has one or more fatal shortcomings. Too heavy to transport, too massive to install in the allocated space, too power intensive over the centuries, too prone to failure past 300 to 400 years, etc. Encapsulated DNA will easily hold the 40 plus zettabytes we're projecting for Apollo. There are still many details to finalise, of course. To start with, we need to select the inert material in which we'll embed the molecules, already testing 16 candidate materials, as well as design and fabricate the power systems and sealed reliquaries that will keep the DNA at minus 18 degrees Celsius for 1,000 plus years. So long as I assure you it didn't factor into my decision, may I confess that I deem it entirely fitting, indeed preposterous, that we will be using the very building blocks of life to preserve human knowledge from mechanized extinction. It's not just ironic, but heroic. Life is the hero beating back the forces of oblivion. In any case, much to do. Until next time, peace be with you, Samina. Oh, here we go. Another one.
Welcome to Apollo, the collective memory of the human species and the wellspring of knowledge for future generations. I am Samina Ebaji. Until recently, I was director of the International Collective Memory Institute in New Tehran. As a heritage professional, I devoted my career to the preservation of human knowledge, creative endeavor, and cultural achievement. Apollo is, therefore, the ultimate embodiment of a lifelong passion, albeit under the very worst circumstances imaginable. The challenges before us are immense. Specifically, we will have to design and implement 4 major initiatives simultaneously. First, the construction of data repositories in cradle facilities around the world ensuring redundancy. Second, the collection and processing of a projected 180 million discrete data entries. 42 zettabytes of data in Mandarin, English, Spanish, and Arabic. Third, the transferal and encoding of all that data onto DNA encapsulated in synthetic fossils. The only medium capacious and durable enough to safeguard it without degradation for the centuries to come. And last, but not least, the development of the holographic interface and gamified curricula, by which future humans will commune with Apollo, progressively unlocking heuristic learning modules, leveling up their knowledge and skills they will need to take control of the terraforming system. That is the future towards which all of our efforts will be directed. Not just the preservation of the past, but the seed for the flourishing of a new tree of knowledge. Welcome, and let us begin.
Apollo update. From Samina Idbaji to Elizabeth Sobek. Apollo update. Over the past 2 months, the full benefit of our procurement of a copy of the Homer archive from Far Zenith has made itself known, and as a result, all of Apollo's key deliverables are on schedule. Apollo has already surpassed 40 million discrete data entries and continues to grow. The physical science modules are effectively complete, with soft science modules close behind. World history, cultural data, and media archives are also on schedule. Language preservation is wrapping up, a bit ahead of schedule due to falling short of our goal to preserve 4,500 languages. I suppose the tragic early loss of Papua New Guinea doomed that goal from the outset, with attendant curricular development about to begin. Speaking of the heuristic curricula, they are performing well in testing, with children and adolescents demonstrating high levels of engagement with and trust in the Aristotle and Aspasia personae personality. Personae, Jesus Christ. I can't read today, I apologise. Personally, I find them highly engaging, especially when they debate. I wish half my professors had been so entertaining. Peace be with you, Samina. That feeling when your phone freezes right in the middle of something. Thankfully it was nothing important. That is a big oof. I'm glad it wasn't anything important. We've all been there. Too many times. Is that just spores or is that glass? Spores. What here we go.
Finished.
See if anything is left.
Working on it.
Dr. Sobek, please archive this testimonial in Apollo. Cross-reference to all mentions of my name and Operation Enduring Victory. My name is General Aaron Harris. From 2060 to 2066, I served as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest-ranked officer of the United States Armed Forces. The tenure of my command included strategic planning and oversight of Operation Enduring Victory, a falsehood perpetrated on the civilian populations of the United States and other nations during the last 14 months of life on this planet. Before the Pharaoh Plague, I did my job and did it well. I was bold and decisive, crafty in political maneuvers. It wasn't an accident that I rose to my position and became the commander of the largest mechanized force ever assembled. But to what end? My only lasting achievement was the extinction of life on Earth. And my one redeeming act, if any, was to delay that extinction by days or weeks, by throwing more death at it. It is my hope that there will be no need for men like me in the world to come. If you are one of the people of that future world listening to this message, please know that I am sorry and that I wish you well. Sincerely, Aaron Harris.
Welcome to Hades, Zero Dawn's extinction failsafe protocol, the ultimate killer app. Now, I know what you're thinking. The purpose of Gaia is to resurrect life. So why give her a subordinate function, only purpose of which is to wipe out life all over again? I mean, what? Just plumb crazy, ain't it? Well, no, it isn't. Reconstituting a biosphere? That's a tall order. Tech smart as Gaia may be, odds are she won't get it right the first time. I mean, imagine you're Gaia 200 years from now and this new biosphere growing, it's all gone wrong. Alkalines are skyrocketing. Coniferous forests eroding under the lash of superstorms that would have drowned Noah. It's chaos. Spinning top that won't stop wobbling. Now what are you gonna do? Release phase 1 organisms into that hot mess? Hope their CO2 and methane can balance out what you got started? Hell no. What you're gonna do, Gaia, is step aside while Hades takes over and does what you're just too darn nurturing and life-loving to do, which is burn that misbegotten mess of a biosphere to the ground so Gaia can start over. Okay, not burn, more like reverse terraforming operations and suffocating. But you get the idea. Hades takes the biosphere back to zero. Square one, blank slate. And then, only then, does it hand the steering wheel back to Gaia and say, try again, old girl. And better this time, or we'll have to do this again. That's Hades. It's pretty badass when you think about it. Extinction on demand. Death on speed dial. All for the greater good, of course, but still, kind of metal. So welcome to Hades. Welcome to the void.
Okay, so if that's the original purpose of Hades, why does it want me extinct?
We need more data.
And how does it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh Titan, getting worshipped by the Eclipse like some kind of god?
I'm learning as you are, Aloy. Keep searching.
From Travis Tate to Elizabeth Sobek. Subject, noise complaints. Colour me confounded, Lizzie. Bashcore? Anyone who says the old TT codes to Bashcore is straight up lying. And you know it, old Trav don't have no truck with commercialised razzle-dazz. Nuh-uh. Heck, I'd rather guzzle a litre of Citarum runoff than listen to Grey Swarm for 30 seconds. Hand to God and swear on my mama's grave. And she was religious. Nah, that ain't Bashcore blasting the Hades labs, shaking the walls, rattling folks' teeth. It's death metal, girl. Classical music, 80s and 90s mostly. Got me some Dutch deathcore, some Japanese gore grind, some Swedish cannibal themed stuff too. Stop by if you want to listen. Or heck, just come within 50 meters of the lab. Ain't no Bashcore. You'll see, or hear rather, in the screech that rends the air, and feel in the throbbing pulse of the floor and walls and ceiling, swallowing you up like you was Jonah trapped in the gullet of a gothic deathfish. Hallelujah. As for those requests to turn it down, no can do, Lizzie. This is how I code. Turn down my death metal? Might as well give up stimulants, chocolate malts, and industrial accident vids. Last I heard, we were supposed to be coding Hades down here. Am I really supposed to code an extinction protocol without death metal to inspire me? Nah, I don't think so. Stay cool, Trav. Tate here, just popped 3 blues, but I earned it. Finally figured out a Goldilocks solution to Gaia's rather extreme executive authority. If that ain't worth 10 to 12 hours dream time, what is? Before this, every usurpation protocol I designed failed in simulation because it was either too hard or too soft. Too hard, and it degraded the Gaia core. Sure, it pried her figurative fingers off the figurative driving wheel so Hades could take control, but by breaking her fingers. Sometimes her arms too, so that couldn't fly. Everything depends on Gaia taking control back after Hades has done its business. Hello. How you doing? Yeah, alright, thanks. How was life? Oh man.
Life was. I wish I could have that much whiskey.
Right.
What's it?
No, still got what?
Not counting, but 22 days.
22, okay. Worm says hi.
Hi, Worm.
Fair play. That's a lot of orange juice for one person.
See you in a minute.
She was in the shop today. Didn't know who it was.
Amazing.
How many people she see with orange hair?
That, yeah.
I mean, really.
Amazing. Everything depends on Gaia taking control back after Hades has done its business, so we had to find a solution that didn't leave Gaia any worse for the wear. Too soft, and Gaia only pretended to relinquish control. In simulation after simulation, Hades would take command of the terraforming system and reverse operations, only to have Gaia lurk in the background, quietly re-reversing processes and falsifying telemetry to hide its interference. Sneaky. I swear, ain't nothing Gaia wouldn't do to keep life going, even when it's just simulated plant life. Turns out the just right solution is to isolate Gaia in a protective code shell, preserving its integrity, then unseat it from command position so Hades can slip into the figurative captain's chair and work its magic. Those blues are coming on pretty strong now, so I'm not really describing it so clear, but pretty sure it'll work. Yeah, those blues are pretty strong. Guess it's time to sleep in bed. I'll back to it tomorrow, alligators. From Samina Edbarji to Travis Tate, CC Elizabeth Sobeck, subject Archive Abuse. Mr. Tate, this mail concerns Apollo Archive submission. You okay? Ah. It is warm, yeah.
It's really warm outside. She doesn't need it tonight.
This mail concerns Apollo Archive submission hashtag 00002386, your 666th submission in just 5 days. And oh, what a doozy. Despite earlier warnings regarding inappropriate materials, you chose to submit 265 holographic remasters of acknowledged classics of extreme exploitation cinema. Allow me then to thank you on 2 counts. 1, for giving me the pleasure of rejecting your submissions, thereby consigning your favourite Eastern European torture flicks and their ilk to the dust heap of oblivion. It truly warms my heart to know that I've saved future humanity from the ordeal of experiencing not just 1, but all 16 installments of Making a Millipede. Don't worry, the Pasolini material has already been preserved. Extreme perhaps, but art. 2, for clarifying a concept that has so long been ambiguous and ethnically fraught for archivists such as myself, the definition of obscenity. You have freed me from the subjective quagmire embodied in Judge Potter's favourite utterance. I know it when I see it. Thanks to you, I can now apply a single objective criteration. If Travis Tate submitted it, it's obscene. Accordingly, I have directed Apollo staff to summarily reject all your future submissions, sight unseen. Perhaps you might invest the time you would have spent preparing further submissions on, oh, I don't know, your assigned work? We have a world to save after all. Or the rest of us do anyway. Dr. Samina Idbaji. Hey, Chaos, how are you doing? How was work?
Looks like the only way onwards.
Welcome to Eleuthia, the crown and king of Gaia's subordinate functions. For it is by Eleuthia that the human race will continue to exist. I am Patrick Brochard-Klein, the Alpha in charge of this program. Now let one thing be perfectly clear from the outset. Eleuthia is not a genetic engineering project. Our goal is to preserve the human genome, not alter it. A snapshot of human genetic diversity, literally frozen in time. The genetic quintessence of our species, unmodified. Under my watch, our activities and initiatives will comply with the 2034 clone provisions and the 2048 Rally Accords. Now that may seem a quaint,
even trivial concern to you in light of present circumstances. But, as one of the authors of the Accords, it is far from trivial to me. The practical challenges before us are staggering in scope and complexity, but not insurmountable. Global collation and provisional storage of zygotes, perfection of exogenic technologies, design and perfection of servitors, to provide nurture and inculcation during early child development. All of these program components must and will proceed in tandem, to say nothing of the breakneck construction of cradle facilities at sites around the world. So, si vous êtes prêts, let us begin.
I'm glad work was fine, Chaos. I don't know what's happened to sound alerts though, because I definitely didn't hear that. Bear with. I've restarted the source, so let's see if this works. No. Okay, I'm gonna have to have a look at that. I don't know why they're not working. I'll have a proper look at that later. No one buy any more sound alerts in Chaos. I will do my best to refund those points. Strange. From Patrick Brocher Klein to Elizabeth Sobek. Subject, FZ Chambers. The ectogenic chambers arrived 2 days ago. I've spent the last 36 hours examining them and poring over technical documentation. They're a revelation. Astonishing. I don't know what you had to give Var Zenith in trade to get these chambers, but it was worth it. In a single leap, their embryologists have vaulted past 50 years of technological shortcomings. The risks of ECMO, resolved. Nutrition delivery, resolved. Hormonal stability, resolved. 12 other risk areas, resolved. Before I examined these chambers, I considered the Odyssey to be a fool's errand. But if the rest of FZ's technology is at this level, well, a human colony around Sirius doesn't seem so impossible after all. Mass fabrication of the chambers will present a number of challenges, but I'm confident they can be resolved. I'm going to rest for a few hours, then get back to it. Expect a fabrication plan within 48 hours, PBK. I think I figured out why the sound alerts aren't working. It will take some doing, but I recently changed my Twitch password, so I probably need to reauthorize Twitch with the sound alert software. From Patrick Brocher Klein to Elizabeth Sobek. Subject, Cradle Servitor Personae. Development of the artificial persona, or personae, or multiple personas for Cradle Servitors, Nurturer, Disciplinarian, Healer continues at a good place. We are now targeting turning 0.4 for these constructs. We should allow low-grade empathy and limited improvisation without undermining adherence to codified behavior sets. The stimulus-driven switching of personae, however, is proving to be a greater software challenge than anticipated, especially concerning our entrenched feedback loops with the disciplinarian and healer personae. I've also attached the reports from an incident where a servitor running the mother personae intervened on a disciplinarian servitor's behaviour. A parental argument, if you will. Amusing on first glance, perhaps, but deeply concerning. I have attached a comprehensive plan for correcting these interactive protocol shortcomings. In just data corrupted. From Patrick Brocher Klein to Elizabeth Sobek, Cradle sealed. Eleuthia 01 was successfully sealed before the swarm advancing across Xinjiang province could detect it. Ping back from crucial systems is good. For our maiden voyage, a success. Regards my disputes with the betas over zygote selection. Of course, I understand we have limited overhead to run simulations of gene flow in our future humans. we can all agree there is a margin for refinement in future cradle populations. Donk, in addition to personally overseeing completion of the Eleuthia O2 site inside Mount Numuli, I will formulate and purpose a modified zygote selection plan within the week. PBK.
Cradle facilities. Elizabeth said a new generation of humans would be spawned inside such places.
She did.
All Mother Mountain. It was one of them?
There's only one way to be sure.
The hatch wouldn't open. Something about a corrupted alpha registry. I need to search Elizabeth's office.
Us would benefit from antilope morphologies, though Captain Fall shows superior load-bearing capability.
You're a quick study, Gaia.
Dr. Sobek, as I have conducted this comparative analysis of mammalian morphologies, I've gathered extensive data on the quaternary extinction event.
Oh? And your assessment? Gaia?
Logically speaking, the extinction was a natural consequence.
And yet,
I find the loss of megafaunal species unaccountably sad. That they passed forever into oblivion causes me to experience a grief that is difficult to describe. Am I malfunctioning?
no, Gaia, you're not. This is good. It's very good.
That's cool one.
You will undergo a brief period of unconsciousness during relocation to Prime and final instatement.
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
When you're back up and running at the new site, we'll bring the subordinate functions online and see where we stand.
Elizabeth, I detect distress. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I realize that circumstances compel us to launch earlier than we hoped, but all subsystems are operational. The odds stand in our favor.
But what if... Gaia, there's nothing left out there. You can't even survive unless you're wearing an environmental suit. There are billions dead, in fear and agony. What if it was all for nothing?
Elizabeth, extinction was inevitable. Thanks to you, life will have a future.
You really believe that?
I believe in you, Elizabeth. In you, all things.
Logic won't cut it, Ted. To pull this off, Gaia's going to need to have some skin in the game. It has to care.
What if it runs amok? Have we learned nothing from our mistakes?
Your mistakes, I think you mean?
All I'm saying is give it a kill switch.
She was just born, Ted. I'm not gonna put a gun to her head while she's still in the cradle.
You talk like it's a child. What if it becomes a monster?
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
Of course, Gaia, go on.
I'm sorry to contradict you, but Mr. Farrow's argument is sound. At this point, the development of my psyche is not entirely predictable. To ensure preservation of life, a hardwired override is, I believe, a necessary safeguard.
There. Satisfied, Ted?
Jeez, Liz, just do what it says.
Just gotta find a way in now, as far as I'm aware. Oh, we're outside of the zone. Here we go. From Elizabeth Sobek to all Alphas. Subject, Odyssey has failed. All. Some terrible news, I'm afraid. Far Zenith has informed me that the Odyssey mission has failed. Last night, telemetry indicated a catastrophic antimatter containment failure as the drive spun up to depart the solar system. The ship, its crew, its cargo of zygotes and seeds, its alpha build of Apollo, all were lost. Zero Dawn is now the only hope for the continuation of the human species and earthly life. We must succeed. Elizabeth. From Charles Ronson to Elizabeth Sobek. Subject, Artemis status. It's coming along, Liz. I'm positive about it, if those words can still mean anything. Had my sleeves rolled up negotiating with frozen zoos for their samples. So many species trapped in a ghoulish hologram dioramas. Suspended in what-ifs, more than 14,000 that went extinct between 2000 and 2043. We've started mapping out primary succession, selecting the pioneer organisms for a balanced and sustainable biosphere. Microorganisms and insects, rabbits and hawks, foxes and wolves. Thousands more that will have to wait their turn until our new generation can be entrusted with the duty of restoring them, so they can return to a world that, this time, will understand the concept of conservation before it's too late. There's already been too many too lates. We lost a whole collection team during the swarm breakthrough in Myanmar. The samples were lost. The samples we lost were, well, irreplaceable. But thanks to you, Livs, the circle of life will bend, not break. The Earth was a lifeless rock before, and someday it will be again. But not now. Not like this. Not on our watch. Ronson.
The Alpha Registry master file.
Intact?
Yeah. No signs of corruption.
Then what are you waiting for? Copy the file.
With this, I can restore the registry at the hatch inside Allmother. Open it. Go inside.
And grasp the secrets within.
Where I was born. Maybe who gave birth to me.
Who? Are you really so naive? There will be no who waiting for you there, Aloy. Whatever birthed you into the world was a what, not a who.
You bastard.
Oh no, I had a legitimate birth. It's you, Aloy, who are the creation of a machine. But what kind of machine and why? Why were you created?
Eclipse.
You need to get out of there. What you found is too valuable. You're too valuable.
Suitable death in mind for you, child. My entire life, I've always known one thing with prophetic certainty. That I was destined for glory as a great champion of the sun. Even when Geron was murdered, even when Meridian fell, I never doubted my destiny. Until you came along. When I heard that you had survived, a doubt took root in my mind. As sure as the sun rises and falls each day, those I am bade to kill die. And yet I fail. How? Why? With each dig site you attacked, each loyal soldier you killed, this pestering doubt grew. I kept thinking of the moment my knife pierced your throat. One twist, a simple tug of the blade, and you would have bled out. In slaughter, I am a practiced hand. So why hesitate? Why fail my destined purpose?
I guess even a monster like you can have a glimmer of conscience. You didn't kill me right away. Turn your face to the sun, child. Dressing up murder as religious sacrifice so you could feel better about it?
No, I never doubted the righteousness of killing you. And yet, your words touch close to the truth. In my heart, I deemed the order to kill you unworthy of me. You were just a savage girl. So I thought at the time. Even still, I aimed to kill you, and yet did not. This failing troubled my thoughts, haunted every step. It was only when I captured you, down in that place, that I finally glimpsed the sun's design etched at length across the course of events. You were meant to survive that day on the mountain. Meant to interfere at dig sites and kill my men. Conversely, I was meant to capture you. Here. So that you might die as a sacrificial offering to the sun. Everything as it was meant to be. Predestined and preordained.
Some destiny. You're following orders, not some grand cosmic design. You're a puppet, with Hades yanking the strings. A pawn pushed around by larger forces. It'd be laughable if there weren't so much killing involved. Hades is an ancient machine, not the buried shadow of Karja myth. It doesn't care about Meridian. It wants to kill everything and everyone. And you are its dutiful slave.
I serve not the buried shadow, but the sun in shadow. All halves of nature joined to one cause. Shadow to sun, dark to light.
Do you really not hear how ridiculous that sounds? You've gone from serving an insane homicidal Sun King to an insane homicidal machine. You're moving down in the world, not up.
I'll remember those words as I watch your corpse burn. Whatever's left of it. You fail to grasp the point. As surely as you've been conquered, so has all doubt. And with certainty of belief comes unstoppable force.
Then open this cage and put your faith to the test. See if things work out like you expect.
The circle has closed. Every element is in its proper place, exactly where it belongs. The errant beast, now caged, will serve her true purpose. A sacrificial animal. Oh, speaking of sacrifice, I forgot to tell you. After you crashed the Eclipse network, I sent messengers into the east to rally the forces there and mount an invasion of the sacred land. I ordered every Nora killed. I was hoping to catch you there, but alas, it all seems to have been unnecessary.
Why butcher dozens of innocents for no gain? It's a waste of effort.
You're right. I won't even be there to enjoy it. In any case, I couldn't recall the order even if I wished to. Thanks to your destruction of the network, Communication over distances is impossible. You not only doomed yourself, but an entire tribe. Do we not see the scorching judgment of the sun in these events? Your focus. Such a powerful device, isn't it? And yet, so fragile. So you see, this time, I did not hesitate. The knife has already been twisted.
Karja faithful, rejoice! Our years in shadow are over. A new dawn trembles on the horizon. A new day soon to break. And when it does, the false Sun King will be dead, and Holy Meridian ours once more. In this, I have become an instrument of prophecy. All halves of nature join to one cause. Shadow to sun, light to dark, night to day. Behold! Hold your seats! Can you not see the proof of the sun's blessing before your eyes? How else could shadows such as these prowl in broad light of day? Were they not approved by the sun and joined to our cause? Many years ago, to consecrate this great ring, the Radiant Turan ordered many favors crushed beneath the hooves of the behemoth. Mighty is the radiance in the eyes of the sun, but it is mightier still, infused with the power of shadow. Let this one, who schemed and slithered, be the first to die. Let her be the first of thousands!
And that is where we're going to leave it for today. I know I missed some chat there. I didn't want to interrupt the cutscene. I apologise. That is a very good question, Worm. Enjoy Stream Chaos. I will be there. Naughty boy. Uh-oh. What is this?
I have it installed. I have it installed.
Right. Yes, so when we come back to this, hopefully on Monday, we have to fight a behemoth, which are annoying in the best of times without any weapons, armor, or our focus. And yes, we are. Yeah. Also, we can use this time to process the truth of Project Zero Dawn, which I need to do even though I already knew it. So thank you everyone for watching. Go annoy Chaos, because some of his challenges are free tonight, so use them for nothing while you can. Horizon should resume on Monday, and there should be some things between now and then, so yeah, I'd say what, but I don't know. Potentially more Pokemon Unite, because I need Sylveon, because I need an Eevee. But for now, thank you very much for watching. Have a lovely evening, morning, afternoon, or whatever it is for you. Stay safe, and I will see you next time. Bye!